All right, so um, we're gonna review some notes of Heidegger. So I've been very interested in Heidegger. I've been studying him for a very long time, and so now I'm just gonna make a video where I'm basically gonna read through my notes, really. And this is mostly for myself. I'll be very surprised if there's a single person that actually watches the whole thing. Um, but that's fine. I would do this on my own without recording. And since I was going to do it, I figured I might as well record it just in case. At best, it might make a funny time lapse of me, kind of reading and talking about Heidegger for hours on end. So I think that's quite funny. So my setup, I have all my Heidegger books that I've ever read. So they are, how many are there? So 4, 4, 8, 9, 9 plus, how much is this? This is 6. Okay, so I have 15 books. Nice number. And hopefully I'll go through all of them. Uh, on top of that, and basically how this works, to explain it a little bit better, is that usually I make some notes like that. I have markers kind of on the side, and I'll just read it literally of the book, and that's it. At some point, I'll provide some commentary as well, but not always. I'll just kind of wing it, and I'll start with the easiest, simpler introductions first. Then I'll move to primary literature, and then I'll go to like some more specialized stuff, basically at the very end. So yeah, I also have, so most books have notes like this, but some of the older books that I read, I wasn't doing this kind of note-taking system, so I actually have the pages and the paragraphs tracked down, and so I'll be kind of tracking, what notes I made of this. And then I also have a glossary of terms here, in case I want to look something up. And then I also have my phone with me, where I'm going to use an LLM to ask questions. Obviously, this part is a bit more controversial, especially in philosophy, but I use it. I think it's pretty helpful. But I do it with a very specific setup. So I'm not just asking any random LLM. I made kind of like, this is not technically true, but to simplify things, I made a model, or made, for those that are a bit more technical, I made a rack system of my own where it pulls up mostly from Sadler's lectures. And so what the LLM is doing is not so much answering the question based on whatever it thinks the answer is, but it's localizing on the documents where it speaks about these things, and then pulling everything together and kind of synthesizing that, and then I get the answer from that. So I think when this is done properly like this, I do think that it's very helpful and very powerful. Um, Although not infallible, but nothing is infallible. Although I'll try to use it as least as possible, so that I try to kind of get it on my own. But Heidegger is pretty difficult sometimes, so maybe on the introduction stuff I won't need it too much. But once we get to like more complex stuff, when it's kind of like Heidegger himself writing, it might be pretty tricky. Let me. Is this recording the audio properly? Okay, it seems fine. just getting paranoid. All right, so I also have my coffee here, which I'll take a sip. All right, so I'm gonna start with the easiest, simplest introduction, and that's this little introduction to Oxford handbook. And I made very little notes here, so I'll breeze through this in a few minutes probably. So this one I didn't make notes yet, so I'll need to go here on my reference documents. Yeah, I only have 5 notes here. Okay, and I also have here my how do I call this even? My notebook, I guess, like commonplace book type stuff, and I might write some stuff down here. I should get some. I should get some bookmarks. So let me just get. Oh crap! Let me just get a few here in case I need it. I have a few on hand here. All right, that should be bluntly. All right, so I usually when I'm reading in bed like this, which is very unusual. I rarely do it, but sometimes I do it. I like to have a pillow like here, which makes it a bit easier, a bit more comfortable. And I think, yeah, I think that's about it. So, oh, maybe, yeah, I was going to the scrapbook, so I'll just go here to. I have this with different divisions. I have some that are about specific books and some that are about notes in general. I think I'll do it in notes in general because this is several books. So I think I start here. And my last entry was the last podcast that I did. So I'll start here, I guess. And then later on, I'll just write Heidegger notes review, something like that. But yeah, but I won't be writing all the time, or at all. Maybe I don't know. I have no idea. We'll wing it. So, first book by Michael Inwoods, Heidegger, very short introduction, Oxford University Press. So, first note, page 23. Usually, I specify the paragraph. If I didn't hear, it usually means that it's obvious. At least if I did this correctly. All right, page 23. Yeah, it's not so obvious. I don't know what kind of fuckery I did there, but that's fine. All right, I'll just try to think through what I thought the note was. It's pretty funny because I usually track just the page number. So, for example, page 23, and I usually put a dot, and then the number of the paragraph. And on all the other books, I have it like that, just not on this one for some reason. But oh well, doesn't matter too much. So so I think I'll start with this paragraph here, the being of beings. That sounds pretty interesting. And then there's the section on dasein. So I'll read those two. And since I don't have this system for these new books, sorry, for the old books, because this is my newest system in terms of note taking, and books that I read a long time ago, they don't have it. I'll just have that opportunity for also to just put the sticky notes, just in case I need to revisit this in the future as well. But it's very simple. It takes me 3 seconds. So let's start. The being of beings, of other entities, as well as of Dasein itself, is not independent of Dasein. Theories, questions, tools, cities, all these depend for their existence and their mode of being on the fact that they are produced, asked, used, inhabited, and interpreted by humans. Dasein is essentially in the world. It not only occupies a place in the world together with other things, but it continually interprets and engages with other entities and the context in which they lie. The environment of the world, no, sorry, the environment or the world around us. It is only Dasein that does this. It is only because Dasein does this that there is this unitary world at all, rather than a collection of entities. Dasein is not just one thing among others. It is the center of the world, drawing together its threads. In selecting Dasein as the starting point of his inquiry, Heidegger does not focus on the type of entity to the exclusion of others. Rather, Dasein brings the whole world along with it. So this is pretty well written. I really like this paragraph. This is probably what I wanted to track. So this is a great place to start with Heidegger because this is exactly what Heidegger is about in a large way, and why I'm so interested in him. So the fact that kind of all these different aspects of thinking, of being, of the world, they depend on Dasein, and the reason why is because we are the world out there is not just like this independent objective thing. It always requires like this act of interpretation, number one, And this is something that I'll try to unpack to the best of my ability. Kind of this notion of interpretation of notions of truth, and then how this fits into kind of like some strands of postmodern thought and whatnot, which is all very complicated, and I'm not exactly sure how to think about it yet. So hopefully I'll make some progress through it. This is also part of this Heidegger project, is all in terms of notes. Is the fact that I can just think through out loud, and to me that's pretty helpful. Um, so yeah, they are produced, asked, used, inhibited, and interpreted by humans. Dasein is essentially in the world, right? It occupies a place in the world together with other things. So the issue here is like also another thing for Heidegger is that we're always involved in the world, right? Like not only my God, let me just put this on silent so this doesn't happen again. That's pretty annoying. All right, so I put it on non-disturb, and now let me just take the sound off really quick. All right, there you go. Cool. So yeah, so what I was saying, Heidegger, like not only is there this notion of an objective thing that is outside perspective, but also another issue is also that you're always in the world already. So like this notion of detaching yourself from it, that's just not a thing. It's just not possible. Dasein is always already in the world. And there's this really nice quote as well, which is like, it is at the center of the world, drawing together its threads. And this is a really nice way to phrase it. And again, being at the center of the world is once again about this notion of perspective, but also at this notion that join together its threads is very much, at least I'm reading it as such, as this notion of man has the maker of reality, in the sense that meaning is always something that is produced by human beings, although in a Heideggerian sense, hopefully we'll get into that, it's more about discovering meaning. It's not that you invent it, it's not artificial. But it's this notion that there's kind of like the raw material of reality, let's say, and then human beings with meaning, they put everything together into something that has meaning, basically. And so in a very Platonic sense, you can think of it as that there's raw materials out there. For example, here outside my house, there might be, I don't know, several pieces of wood or branches, whatever, right? And I could take those materials and I can pull them into, I don't know, a spoon made out of wood or whatever, right? So like I use the material to make something, right? But that something is meaning, like that has human categories, right? So again, it's this notion of that's why there's this notion of the human has the center. It's all because of this. Um, and yeah, that's I'm talking too much. I didn't expect this. So if I go at this pace, this will take me like 3 years. So maybe I'll try to not provide as much commentary, especially because like if I provide too much commentary, I'll probably just repeat myself all the time. Anyway, so there's another section here. Why dasein is the section called. By the way, a couple things, a few disclaimers before I continue that I remembered. I'm probably going to mispronounce everything, so just bear with it. Too bad. I don't know how to pronounce these things. And also, when I'm reading, I might, I'm not the greatest reader, so I'll probably fuck it up once in a while, and I'll probably like have to redo it again, make mistakes and whatnot. And also, obviously, I'm not like an expert on Heidegger. Like I've read a fair bit of Heidegger. Obviously, I shown all the books, but Heidegger is difficult, and it's not like I'm the brightest person alive. So I'll probably make mistakes. My interpretations are available. Blah blah blah. All these disclaimers. So anyway, let's just continue. Why dasein? Dasein is Dasein is Heidegger's way of referring both to the human being and to the type of being that humans have. It comes from the verb dasein, which means to exist, to be there, to be here. The noun dasein is used by other philosophers, such as Kant, for the existence of any entity. But Heidegger restricts it to humans. He stresses the root meaning of the noun, being there or being here, Da, in original German, sometimes amounts to there. There they go. Sometimes to here. Here they come. Heidegger occasionally suggests that while here is where I am, the speaker, and there is where he or she, the person spoken about, is, da is where you, the addressee of my remarks, are. This is pretty confusing. I have no fucking idea what he's on about, but that doesn't matter too much. The beginning is very straightforward. But either way, but he does not mean he usually does not regard dasein as rather you rather than me. The words sein, I guess, means to be and has a noun, being in the abstract sense. Sometimes, but not always, Heidegger hyphenates the words da hyphen sein to stress the sense of being there. But yeah, long story short, this is important to emphasize the fact that dasein is more about kind of first-person perspective rather than you, but also the fact that it's about number one, human specifically, and also existence. And again, these two things are very connected because I would say that on a Heideggerian frame, existence is human existence. And again, and all of this sounds very anthropomorphic, and people are like, yeah, but like, there's no way around it, right? Like, because this notion of drawing things together, like from multiplicity union on this like Platonic example that I gave you, like that is related to intelligibility. It's related to intelligence. It's related to reason, and that's a human thing, right? And that's why Dasein is special, and that's why Heidegger focuses so much on it, because it's true. It's just how reality operates. So the fact that there's a qualitative distinction between humans and animals, it's just unavoidable. I understand the sentiment of being careful with that, and obviously you can go too far with that, and there can be very bad consequences of doing it. But it's still true. And then there's a bunch of etymology here, which whatever. I didn't fully get, but I don't think it's that important. And then just to finish off this passage, still the same passage. Why speak of human beings in this way? Our being is strikingly different that from other entities. Dasein is an entity for which, in its being, that being is an issue. And this is a quote from Being in Time. And this is probably my favorite quote of all Heidegger, actually. And they're quoting it here. Obviously, this is an introduction, so this is not written by Heidegger, but he's quoting this specifically. And it's wonderful. Well, one of my other favorite quotes he has is Dasein is care. Like those two things is like sums up Heidegger pretty well. Either way, he continues, unlike other entities, we have no definite essence. And then here's another quote from Being in Time. The essence of Dasein lies in its existence. Accordingly, those characteristics which can be exhibited in this entity are not properties present at hand of some entity which looks so and so, and it is itself present at hand. They are in each case possible ways for it to be, and no more than that. So when we designate this entity with the term Dasein, we are expressing not its what, as if it was a table or a house or a tree, but its being. So again, this qualitative distinction. Although in the first part, I didn't quite, I got lost a little bit. So I'll just read this once again. The essence of Dasein lies in its existence. Yes. Accordingly, those characteristics which can be exhibited in this entity are not properties present at hands of some entity which looks so and so. Okay, now I get it. So it's about this issue of like, okay, it's not about a property of being or a being, but being itself. Then now the being in quotes ends, and now he continues the section, which is just an extra paragraph. That Dasein's being is an issue for it depends in part on the fact that this being is in each case mine. that dasein needs to be addressed with a personal noun, like I or you. The being of entities that are merely present at hand and are not therefore properly addressed as I or you is a matter of indifference to them. Since they cannot take charge of their own being, they need, if they are to be anything at all, a definite what. But a human being is whatever it decides to be. Dasein is its possibility. And again, Dasein is its possibility. Again, a quote from Being in Time. Dasein violates Aristotle's ontology in two respects. Firstly, it is not a substance with an essential nature and properties or accidents. Secondly, Dasein's potentiality or possibility is prior to its actuality. Dasein is not a definite actual thing, but the possibility of various ways of being. And that ends the section. So that was amazing, and there's a lot here. So once again, yes, the fact that it's always personal, and again, this has to do with the fact that number one, it's always human-centric, but also that it's not detached. And you can't have this framework for merely present at hand entities. And why not? Because, as he says, they cannot take charge of their own being. They need, if they are to be anything at all, a definite what, right? So for them to exist, they have to be what they are, which means a specific thing, right? That's this notion of substance. But he says that this is not the case, right? With human beings, human beings is whatever it decides to be. Now, this is very complicated. Heidegger definitely plays into this like whole existentialism kind of movement. He didn't consider himself an existentialist, and I would say he's not. But obviously, he's very related to that. And again, there's this notion of kind of like that the human being is possibility, and that you don't have an essence, right? Again, essence, substance are very, very closely related. There's also problems with that, but at least it's true to a degree, right? Precisely because we are indeed possibilities, right? I can choose different things. Obviously, there's the whole free will debate, but that's not the point here, and it doesn't matter. We'll get very off track. What else? Dasein's potentiality or possibility is prior to its actuality. Yeah, I think this is another issue that always interests me so much about Heidegger as well, is this notion of openness, the fact that reality is open and kind of reality is infinite, and then we lock reality up with our conceptualization, with our schemas, with our frameworks, which are useful and needed to navigate the world a lot of times, but they're always models, right? They're always simplifications. But reality is always more than the models, right? But also, human beings are precisely the ones that can kind of like lock reality in, but at the same time, you can then step back and you can reconfigure, kind of the categories that you're using, the schemas that you're using, in order to lock in something else, right? Or to not have any lock at all. That becomes a bit tricky. But yeah, the overall gist is correct. So yeah, wonderful. This is really good. Okay, so that was the first note. I can't see on the camera too well. Oh, 25 minutes. Fuck. Okay, although I did give a very long introduction as well. But okay. So that was 23. So next page is 27. And again, I don't have a goddamn paragraph. So out of this part, I don't know which one I wanted to save. Maybe I didn't because the sections are very small. So I was just like, whatever, let's just save the whole section. Maybe that's it. And this is about inauthenticity and the day. So let me just try to quickly skim the paragraphs to see if there's something, if I can intuit what I found so interesting about this. Because again, because I'm starting with the introductions first, that's always that's also obviously where I started. So that also means that it's the oldest book. So like I probably read this, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, maybe even more. I don't even know. Mm, okay, so yeah, this is about the whole day thing. I don't find that as interesting Heidegger, but it's useful a little bit. But yeah, well, I guess I'll just read this paragraph. That seems kind of the bulk of what he's trying to get at here. Wait. Okay, so own, things that I own, usually contrasts with another's, right? And Agen, this is German. I won't be able to pronounce any of this correctly, but an Agen contrasts with fremd, which means alien, another. I might emulate some other person or some group. Heidegger, my spouse, my academic colleagues, doing and thinking what they do and think. But more often, Heidegger believes I conform to what the they does and thinks. He exploits a simple German pronoun, man, one, has one pays his stats, although in English we often use we, they, you, or people. And German uses man. So Heidegger turns this pronoun into a definite noun, das man, das man. I think that's how it's pronounced. The one or the they. The they is others, but it also includes myself insofar as I do, think, and feel what they do and think and feel. It is not definite named others, it is everyone and no one. I am writing in English because that's what one does. I grieve at funerals because that's what one does. Insofar as I conform to the day, I am not my own individual self, but the they self. The self of everyday dasein is the they self, which we distinguish from the authentic self. Dasein is inauthentic insofar as it does things simply because that's what one does. It is authentic insofar as it makes up its own mind, is its own person, or it's true to its own self. Authenticity need not imply eccentricity. Eccentricity can be inauthentic, while conformity to standard practices can be authentically chosen. This is very important. There are two ways of being enslaved to public opinion: being afraid to disagree with it and being afraid to agree with it. So this is very well put, actually. So the problem with this notion of authenticity is that often people interpret it as, you know, not following along with what is established. And there's a lot there that's true, obviously, right? So there are things that everyone else does because that's what everyone else does, right? And they're dumb in a lot of ways, right? Or misguided, or no longer applicable because the context, the environment, the culture has changed, so on and so forth. So part of being authentic is this notion of not following that, right? And kind of carving your own path. The problem with that is that often breeds this kind of narrative and this sense of kind of like being a free thinker and just like rebelling against everything authority, against everything tradition. And I just think that's not helpful. Um, and it's just not true. And I think when you do that, I think you very often end up in a worse place, basically, because you're kind of determining up front, you know, what is useful and what is not. And so a lot of times there's a bias towards whatever is already available, whatever is already done, right? So the important point, which is actually he makes it very explicit here, which is really good, you know, conformity to standard practices can be authentically chosen. There are two ways of being enslaved to public opinion: being afraid to disagree with it and being afraid to agree with it, right? And I'm going to try to read Heidegger on its own terms because that's kind of what you should try to do. But I can't help but to avoid that, a big interest of mine intellectually and in life and everything really, and my own PhD work and everything else, is the fact that I think religion is important. And so I'm very interested also in religious ideas and religious thought. And so obviously I'll try to read Heidegger on its own terms, but a lot of a big reason why I'm interested in Heidegger is because I think they can inform how we think about religion in lots of ways. And obviously this applies to this notion of authenticity, tradition, and so on. Right. So for example, people don't want to say, people often, kind of reject tradition precisely because they perceive this notion of not being authentic, right? Which is like, oh, this is just what someone else has come up with. It's kind of what I inherited, as a culture, as a society, as a group. But it's dumb, right? It's dumb, right? It's just what everyone else does. Like everyone just believes in the religion that they were born into, whatever, right? So I'm gonna reject that, and I'm gonna be authentic. And obviously, there's a very valid point to that, but it's also very reductionist at the same time, right? So you need to kind of avoid both poles, I would say. And the interesting thing is, kind of like, okay, so for example, conformity to standard practice can be authentically chosen, but how do you choose? I think this is also a big problem with Heidegger in general. Even though I love Heidegger, he has this notion of authenticity is huge for Heidegger. It's very, very core in a lot of ways, but he never quite provides a framework for it. This issue of authenticity is that, okay, like, sure, you should be authentic, but like, what the hell does that mean? Like, okay, so they can be, standard practice can be authentically chosen. Okay, but why should I pick practice one compared to practice two, right? And again, and this is related also to the previous notion that we mentioned about possibility. So precisely because Heidegger has this notion of like everything is open, which is very valuable. I love that, and I think that's very true and very useful in many ways. It also has this problem of like, okay, if everything is possibility, like what grounds the conversion of possibility into actuality, right? So it's kind of like, yes, reality is infinite and open, but then you need to frame it. How do you justify that framing? Heidegger never answers that properly, as far as I can tell. Maybe I'll have some insight at the very end of this entire project, but I don't see it. And I think that's precisely what Heidegger is missing. And again, it's very funny because now we're connecting note one to note two. Note one was about possibility. Well, not only about possibility, but we talked a lot about it. And now this notion of authenticity. And I would say how you can get out of this conundrum is that you need to pick the frame that best matches reality in some way. In some degree, that's kind of obvious. In another way, it's not obvious at all. It kind of depends on your philosophical inclinations. But the issue with Heidegger is that he's always on this, as far as I can tell, he's always on this in between modes between there is such a truth, like there's an underlying truth behind the world that you can glimpse at, like it's actually real. But at the same time, not really, because you're always bounded by perspective, and to some degree because of all these notions of embodiment and things like that, right? So it's kind of like, you can never step outside of yourself, right? So that has a lot of benefits, because in a sense, kind of like you're always completely you're always in the world, right? Like, you're not this detached subject. But at the same time, that also means that precisely that you can't detach, right? And that's very related to this very notion of objectivity, right? How are you objective? By removing yourself. But then, and precisely because you remove yourself, you have this higher perspective, this more neutral perspective, this more objective perspective. Then you can see a deeper truth that was concealed by your involvement. But if you can't do that, if you're always attached, then it's just a perspective. And then how do you justify perspective A against perspective B? And as much as I love Heidegger, I do think that this is a significant problem. And also, this is why I've been so drawn to Platonism, because in the Platonic cosmology, we don't have so much this. There's other problems, but it's way more straightforward to talk about, moving more and more in contact with reality. Like, you're looking deeper into reality. Like, it's just a thing, and you can access it, and that's it. End of story. Problem solved. And one of the things that I struggle a lot in my thought and my academic work is that I think Plato is really valuable. I think Heidegger is really valuable, and I'm trying to mash up the two together, but they don't mash very well. So I need to figure that out. I also have an idea. If I manage to finish this Heidegger project and do all these notes of all these books, maybe I'll do the same for Plato as well, where everything Plato includes Plotinus and everything Neoplatonism into that. And so, yeah. But yeah, long story short, yeah, I think this is easy. Let me see what else. All right, I guess I can read the last paragraph. I'm gonna skip some minor stuff. The most important seems this. Still, whether my authenticity is appropriate or not, the question arises: can I, insofar as I am inauthentic, be set to decide my own being? Heidegger's answer is that if I'm inauthentic, then I have ceded my decisions to the day. I have implicitly decided to do so. It is always possible for me to reclaim my choice. It may not be easy, but is at least possible. So if I can, by my decision, escape from inauthenticity, my failure to do so depends on a single decision, however implicit, not to make my escape. Dasein's inauthenticity does not mean that Dasein does not exist, disposed, that is, over its own being. Wait, what the fuck does that mean? The last sentence? Dasein's inauthenticity does not mean that Dasein does not exist. Dispose, I guess it's kind of like aside from, that is its own being. Oh, I see. Okay, now I understand what it means. So it doesn't exist. It exists in one sense because you always are, right? So like you have existence in the fact that you are a person, but on the other way you don't exist precisely because this notion of Dasein has the possibility and this framing. You're not doing all of that because you're kind of like outsourcing your cognition to some degree, I suppose, to the day, right? To the average, to someone else, right? So you don't exist in that sense. So yeah, that's pretty well put as well. And there's also a lot here about these notions of choice that I'm also very interested in, especially in connection to Kierkegaard as well. because I'm very interested in kind of the Kierkegaardian leap of faith and kind of the how he speaks about choices. And I think that's very relevant to the psychedelic experience. I'm trying to I'm trying to pull a draft together for a potential paper. It's probably not never going to happen and never be published, but it's just some notes where I do think that's very relevant for the psychedelic experience, which is mostly what my work is about. And it's very connected to this notion that they talk about here, which is it's always possible for me to reclaim my choice. It may not be easy, but it's at least possible. And this is very relevant for psychedelics, especially in connection to psychedelic therapy, precisely because these notions of choices, of possibility, of being locked in, of kind of like being inauthentic, you see these type of notions a lot in psychedelic therapy because psychedelic therapy is often used and relevant for mental conditions like depression and addiction, among other things. But those are the two most relevant ones for our purposes, which again, it's this notion where that you kind of like fall into a rabbit hole and then you can't get out of it, right? So for example, in depression, kind of the world closest to you, you have this rumination, you have this self model, and then and then it constricts you, right? People can't get out of it. And again with addiction, right? Like people don't want to be addicted most of the time, right? But so it's like they can't, they want to escape, but kind of like their agency has been robbed from them, right? Like they have sunk into this mode of being so hard that they cannot choose, right? And again, if they cannot choose, they kind of don't exist anymore, right? They stop existing, which is kind of like we also use this kind of language when we talk. For example, if you talked about someone that has really like been completely addicted and like completely ruined their life, you might say something like, I can't remember the exact expression, so I'm going to butcher it, but like that they're a shadow of their former self or something like that, right? Or that they're just a shell, right? Like, what does that mean? Right? It means that the person isn't there. Well, the person isn't there. It's pretty close to the person not existing, right? It's the same thing. So all these things are very related and very interesting. So yeah, that's enough for note two. So so I'll put another sticker again so that next time I can just easily consult this if I want to. So now what? Now, next note. What's the time, by the way? All right. So next note is page 37. I am very scared of the pace this is going because like I've spent like almost an hour, I guess, or something like that on like two notes, and I have easily 1,000 notes, surely, probably more than this. It's like what? It's like what? 15 books. So let's see how many notes I have on this one, for example. So that would be 5. I'm gonna round this up a lot, but let's say 15, 15, 2 rows of 15, 30, 30, 40 notes, let's say, on this book, loosely. Probably off by like 10 or something. So 40 notes, if it would be 10 books, that would be 400. So if it's 15 books, that would be 600. So if I'm taking, I don't know, 20 minutes per note, I don't even want to, I don't even want to make the math. But yeah, but I suppose the topics will be repeated a lot, and in those cases, I'll just not provide any commentary. I guess I'll just keep going. So let me just drink some water. The problem about doing this is that I'll just get I don't get tired because this is so interesting for me to some degree. Well, I will get tired, but I don't get tired very easily. But the problem is that my voice starts to become crappy, and also my throat starts to hurt. All right. So, where was I? Page 37. Again, no paragraph. But there's a new section that starts here, which is being in the world. So, something to do with that. It's just 4 paragraphs. So maybe I'll just read everything. Because in the past there was a few of them where I kind of skipped, but being in the world is very important. So I think it might be worth it. So dasein and the world are not two distinct things that can vary independently of each other. They are complementary. If we regard either in a certain way, this will commit us to regarding the other in a certain way, or at least excludes certain ways of viewing it. If we regard the world in a Descartes way, as a collection of extended things, then it is natural to view the self as a thinking thing. Conversely, if we view the self as thinking, it is natural to view the world it inhabits. Wait, what? This is a very long sentence. Did I fuck that up or is it just badly written? If we regard the world in a Descartes way, as a collection of extended things, then it is natural to view the self as a thinking thing. Conversely, if you view the self as a thinking thing, then it is natural to view the world it inhabits as consisting of present at hand extended things. If we reject this account and view the world as a web of significance, then we are committed to a different view of Dasein. Yes. So actually, there's no way I can read 4 paragraphs in a row just because there's so much, and then I can't even remember what the previous ones were. So this is amazing. Like this is such a good recap of Heidegger's project. And it's good that it mentions Descartes as well, because again, this notion of being embedded, right? So like Dasein and the world are not two distinct things, right? They cannot vary independently of each other. They are complementary. There's a coupling. It's also a very important idea. It's this notion of like, because the issue is like this gets very complicated, but like then there's this also notion of like of ontology of like okay they are related, but they're related in one way, right? Because like if there needs to be a distinction, and then if there's a distinction, it's like how much of a distinction is there, and then how does that interaction occur? And if there's a distinction, again, you might fall into this notion of like okay, if it's distinct, maybe they're two separate things, right? So, and this is what Descartes did, right? It's kind of like there's the self, there's mind, there's consciousness, and then there's the world, right? So he was making that distinction, right? But then that was wrong, right? Like that doesn't apply, because if you follow that line of thought, then you'll get into a lot of trouble. But it's so they can't be totally separate things, but they're still distinct, because if they weren't distinct, then they would be the same thing, and they're not the same thing, right? I'm not the world. I am in the world. So how the fuck does that work? I don't know. If we regard the world in a Descartes way as a collection of extended things, then it is natural to view the self as a thinking thing. Conversely, if we view the self as a thinking thing, it is natural to view the world it inhabits as consistency of present at hand extended things. Okay, so what I take from here is, again, Descartes had this notion of that the world is extension, or largely extension, right? And then also that I am a thinking thing, right? So I'm out here in my abstract, non-spatial mind, and then there's a world out there which is just stuff, right? That has height and width and depth and weight and things like that. And again, it's this notion of the distinction between the two, which is, and this is the reason why Descartes thought in this way, is because they don't share any properties, right? So the mind is completely abstract, zero physicality, and then the world is the other way around. And then what this author says here, how's this called again? Inwoods, Michael Inwood. What he says here is, if we regard the world in the Descartes way, which is extended things, then it is natural to view the self as a thinking thing. Actually, I'm not sure I understand the argument he's trying to make here. So there's extended things out there in the world, outside, and then I'm a thinking thing. I'm actually not sure if this is right. I mean, it's just tricky. I don't know exactly how he's framing the argument. But I would actually put it the other way around, even though he does both. But the way he phrased it, I don't know, it's a bit weird to me. But I would say it's the other way around. It's kind of like, I think of myself as... No, actually, he's right. No, he's right, yep. Because first, I consider the world has objects. Yes, this is it. So if the world is just objects, if they're just extended things, then immediately there's a contrast, which is I am not just an extended thing, because that is dead, right? It's just like a rock. And I'm certainly not dead because, well, I'm thinking this through, and rocks don't think. So by positing the outside world as purely a collection of extended things, as he puts it, then a contrast appears, which is I'm thinking, but that doesn't think. And another way to put this is, the way that I like to think about it is that thinking is also connected to sense making, to meaning, right? So another way to put this is like, meaning doesn't exist in the world because it's just extension, right? Like, what is meaning, right? Like there's no meaning to a rock, right? It just has, suppose in this Descartesian way, it just has specific physical configurations, right? But then I do have meaning. It's in my head, right? So again, this distinction: world, physicality, extension, meaninglessness. Then I look into myself, I look inwards, meaning, non-spatiality, thinking, so forth. And then he ends it. If we reject this account and view the world as a web of significance, then we are committed to a different view of dasein. Okay, we can keep going for the second paragraph. Dasein's approach to the things around it is a practical one of circumspect concern rather than disinterested contemplation. Circumspect, not exactly what this means. I remember when I was reading Heidegger a while back, I also got confused about this word. And then I looked it up and I forgot. But I think it means kind of with intention, right? It's kind of like you're investigating. I think that's what it means. I don't know if it's on my glossary, but probably not. I think this is more technical stuff. Well, this is just like a basic English words. Maybe it's just easier if I Google it actually on my phone. That will only take it will only take 3 seconds or so. But I'm pretty sure that's what it means. But because this will come up again, that's why I'm kind of, because he uses this word a lot. Google is trying to correct me to circumcision. Okay, so circumspect. Someone who is cautious, prudent, and thinks carefully about potential risks or consequences. Yeah, that's more or less what I said. But yeah, good to know, so that we don't make a mistake. All right, so keep going. Heidegger does not deny that there are delict craftsmen who neglect their affairs, or that a usual industrious craftsman may have a headache today and feel that he cannot be bothered. Even what we normally regard as a lack of concern is a sort of concern. Dasein never lacks concern in the way that a stone, a tree, or a cow does. But Dasein attitude is not only practical. The customary distinction between the practical and the theoretical, action and knowledge, is a construct that lies at the level of everyday Dasein. Dasein also knows things. It knows what the hammer is for. It knows how to use it. It knows where the leather is kept. It knows its way around the workshop. It cannot say how it knows all of this, or it puts knowledge into words, but it knows as well as it does things. If it did not, there could not be a world in the Heidegger sense. Tools that nobody knows how to use, or even knew how to use, cannot constitute a web of interferential significance. They would lie indifferently alongside each other like rocks in an inhabited desert. Wonderful. This guy is such a good writer. Okay. So, you're always bound to the world. And I quote, even a lack of concern is a sort of concern, right? Which means you cannot not be involved in the world. Like you have to pay attention. And even when you're not paying attention, that's kind of like diverting your attention. So like that is an action itself, right? And attention is a decent way to think about it, but there's also another way where attention is a bit simplistic, but it's also about kind of like salience, right? Like there's always something on your mind. Like something is always shining forth to you in a very Heideggerian sense. It's actually interesting that we haven't come up on that term yet, right? So again, it's this notion of like you're always in the world, and also about what consciousness is, which is precisely about attention, about meaning, about valence. But Dasein's attitude is not only practical. The customary distinction between the practical and the theoretical, action and knowledge, is a construct that that lies above the level of everyday Dasein. Not sure what he means here by lies above the level of everyday Dasein. Okay, so that means. Mm-hmm. Okay, not sure what he means here, but either way, it knows what the hammer is for and knows how to use it. Okay, so a lot of this stuff is about that there's knowledge that is non-propositional, right? So again, I know how to use the hammer, right? But I don't know how to fully describe in a full logical algorithmic way of how to use the hammer, right? It's just implicit in my knowing how to do something, which is very true in a cognitive science sense. Which is also another reason why I'm so interested in Heidegger, precisely because this type of philosophy, even though it's very abstract and very out there sometimes, despite that, you can still have a very important bridge with science through cognitive science and 4E cognitive science more specifically. And that's also why I'm so interested in Heidegger. And to me, this whole movement of from phenomenology to 4E cognitive science, I think that's the most fascinating part of philosophy. And Heidegger has a huge role to play into that, especially through the influence he had on Dreyfus, which I have a book of his here, which is Dreyfus's Guide to Being in Time, which we'll get at some point many books later. Tools that nobody knows how to use or even knew how to use cannot constitute a web of interferential significance. They would be lie indifferently alongside each other like rocks in an inhabited desert. So once again, it's this notion of meaning, right? It's kind of like when we say hammer, like what is a hammer? Okay, it's the object, but the object only has meaning within the category of the hammer, right? And where does that meaning live? Or what is that meaning constituted by? It is dependent on other meanings that are related to the action and the significance of hammering, like nails, right? Like woods, like whatever else for hammering, right? So all of this is already in a web of significance. And I think that's also related to why Heidegger wants to make this claim that you can never fully detach yourself, is because all this web of significance, like you're always already there. Like you like you're entrenched on it, and that's your world. It's always this web of significance, right? And if you think through these examples, like for example the hammer, you could you could have such an extensive description of everything that involves for you to make sense of a hammer that it would be very long. It would be almost as if you have to describe the whole universe based on that, because eventually you'll also get to laws of physics and things like that, right? So because it matters, right? Like gravity matters about how you hammer a nail, right? So it's this notion of also that Heidegger was very influential of, this notion of relational ontology, right? So there's no substance, there's no thing in itself that's kind of like at the bottom of reality, right? The bottom of reality are the relations, right? Which is also something that I'm also trying to think through better. I don't know exactly how to think it through yet. Dasein knows not only the individual items in the workshop and how to use them, it also knows the world and knows its way about, and it knows its way in it. What Heidegger has in mind is best illustrated by the sense of direction that enables to find our way around the familiar town. We cannot easily say how we do it or give explicit directions to a stranger, but we manage to find our own way without difficulty. We do not painfully pick our way along the familiar routes by noting the houses and the side streets on the way. We walk straight to our destination, often oblivious to our surroundings along the way. Usually we do it without maps. A map would be of little use to someone who lacked altogether a sense of direction. We need a sense of direction even to find our way around the map and then orient the map to our environment. So to some degree, this is just kind of this continuation of the argument that human knowledge isn't just propositional, right? So there's a lot of things that are implicit, which is very, very important. So he's just giving another example of that. But then he says something here very interesting that's worth repeating. And we usually do it without maps. Now, what is a map? A map is a model, right? It's a representation. So this is also again connects to cognitive science, which is like we don't, because another big topic on cognitive science and philosophy of mind is like, are we bound by representations? Is cognition itself always dealing with representations? And so part of what Heidegger is trying to say, even though he doesn't put it in these like scientific terms, but what he's trying to highlight is like, if you act in the world without representations, then how can it be that cognition is purely representational? Like that just doesn't work, right? If I need to represent something in order to understand it, in order to think it, then I wouldn't be able to act. So like, how come I can just find my way in the city without paying attention to all these little details explicitly, right? It's implicit, right? I just do it. I don't need a map. And then more importantly, he says, a map would be of little use to someone who lacked altogether a sense of direction. This is also very important, which is like this, and there's several ways to go about with this. I don't know exactly what he had in mind, but the way that's the most important to me, that comes kind of the most salient, is that you already need sense making to make sense of a map. So it's like you already need like kind of like a baseline of knowledge in order to use the map in the first place. So for example, if now I went, I don't know, to a very culture that I'm not at all familiar with, right, and I was given a guide of some sense, but it was a guide that isn't intelligible to me, then that would be useless, right? So it's kind of like, in order to read a map, you need to be in the context where you have that's that's ability to read maps. That's one way of thinking about it. Maybe another way of thinking about it is, I gave an example that was more specific, like for example, I don't know, my example was a bit vague and stupid, but where you kind of like need this primordial thing first to kind of bootstrap it. But another way that you can think about it is that the direction is already sense making, right? So a map doesn't mean anything to a rock, right? So the sense of direction is already the fact that you're embodied, that you're already in the world, that things are sailing to you, right? So you need to have agency in order for anything to be relevant, right? So we're always agents first, which, funny enough, this type of stuff is very relevant to artificial intelligence as well, which is again why I think Heidegger is super interesting to me, because all this stuff actually matters. And again, these notions of representations as well, because representations and models, that's what AI has, right? But it doesn't have intelligence, doesn't have understanding, in like the true proper sense of the word. He also says we need a sense of direction even to find our way around the map. So you need to have this like pre-existing understanding, and then orient the map to our environment. Also, another way to think about this is also this notion. I'm going to repeat it again because it's so important. Even to find our way around the map, and then orient the map to our environment, which is also, again, it has this notion of representation. So like another way to think of it is like, yes, humans have representations, but also the reason why we can use those representations is because we actually exist in the world, right? Like the like life in itself, in its primordial mode of being, isn't a representation. Like, you're in reality. And the reason why those representations are useful is because you can map them in reality, right? So like, you have the map, but also the map is intelligible because the map is representing things in reality, and you are in reality. And reality is not a representation, right? So you're on these two levels together, and the reason why one level is able to be useful in the other is because you're in both, right? And obviously, the non-representational mode is the most primordial. That's the whole point of this, right? And then you can orient the map to our environment. Again, this notion of coupling, right? So how do you orient the map to your environment, right? It's, you need to know how the representations map into reality, right? Not just into other representations. Otherwise, you're stuck in the loop, right? Infinite regress, and you never get out of it. Okay, that's enough. So, and then to finish off the section, he has another thing, which is another paragraph, and it says, nor is this just an analogy. For Dasein's world, Heidegger stresses a spatial world. It is not spatial in the way that Descartes and Newton or even Leibniz's world is spatial, a world of cold, neutral coordinates. It is a world of directions, of up and down, left and right, behind, ahead, north, south, east, west. It is a world where things are near and far, but distances are not measured in miles or kilometers. What is near, as the crow flies, may be far if an unbridged river or trackless mountain lies in between. And things that are too close may, like one's spectacles, be too near to be seen. It is a world which things have their own rightful places, not a purely Euclidean world in which an object may occupy any place of the appropriate size. Yes, this is so good. Oh my god, my throat is throbbing so much. I'll explain this in a little bit. But first of all, how many notes do I have? Because I'm really struggling with my throat. But I would like to at least finish one book. I was hoping to get to like 2 or 3, but I was so naive. Fuck, yeah, I don't think that's possible. Maybe. So we have 5 notes for this book, 5 passages, and this is the third one. I don't know. We'll see. I'm running out of water as well. All right. Have a lot of coffee to drink as well. I wonder if there's a way to make my throat be okay when I speak so much, because I would really like to finish this project soon. There's several ways. There's several reasons why I wanted to make this project. Number one, just because I like doing this and I like thinking through it out loud. So I think this is just very helpful for my own understanding of Heidegger. And obviously, this applies even if I wasn't recording any of this. So that's pretty important. And but also it's fun that I record. Maybe some people find use for it. But if they don't, then I think just the fact that I can have a time lapse of me talking about frantically for hours on end, I think that's pretty funny. Another reason is also that I'm using AI a lot now to organize my notes, organize my thinking, organize random stuff that I write. It's kind of like a system of organization. And so also something that I hope is also that then I can feed this recording to the AI, and then it can find notes of like the notes that I'm writing, because a lot of these I have digitalized and I have on this AI system. And then I'm going to make it so that it fetches the extra commentary that I'm doing, and then I have that already on my notes, right? So for example, then I can have tracked, not only the passage about the sense of direction and maps, for example, but then I can also have that there of what I said about what does it mean to follow a map and things of that nature. So that's another reason for the project. But yet another reason is also because I am interviewing on my podcast Richard Polt, which wrote this book, and that's going to be in like 2 weeks or something. So I was hoping that I could finish the project by then, so that I would be like Heidegger ready, and I could have like basically synthesize all my notes and my thinking about Heidegger, all of it into one final thing. Obviously not final, but kind of like polish it as much as I can, so that the podcast would be as fruitful as possible. But if I'm limited by the throat, then I can't. So yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything that can be done about that. Either way, let's keep going. All right. So I read this thing already, which is the world is spatial, but it's not spatial in the way of Descartes' alignments and whatnot. And then the sense of direction. And I love this on Heidegger so much. Like up, down, left, right, ahead, behind. The thing about these things is like they're directions. But it's again, it's this joining of the objective and the subjective, right? Which is like when I say left or right, like that is not a purely subjective endeavor, right? It's an objective world. It's an objective fact of the world that this stack of papers is here on my left, right? But this fact of being on my left cannot be abstracted out of me, because I am the reference, right? So again, it's this notion that you're always in the world, and that the world manifests itself to you meaningfully, has this joining of the agent and the world. And also this is pretty interesting because all these directions and expressions, they're always about meaning, right? It's about what matters, right? So like when I say that this is on my left, it has a meaning. Like that is an insane abstraction if you think about it. Like left is insane. Like that's not a simple thing, right? If you wanted to precisely describe like the location of this paper, first of all, that would be pretty hard. Like how do you even do that, right? Like you can say like maybe it's X centimeters away from me. Okay, yeah, sure, but first of all, a centimeter is already an abstraction, right? Like it's just a measurement that someone came up with. It's useful, but it's not like truly objective in the sense of the word. It's kind of worms, but you know what I'm getting at, right? But even that, you still have to specify like all the ranges of the thing. You also even have to specify where it ends and what's the paper and what's not, right? And then you have to also specify, not only that it's these centimeters, but also like all the spatial references, right? And then spatial references in reference to what? Like you have to take into account the whole Earth, but then the Earth is moving. So it's like you have to take into account the motion of the galaxy, right? So you have all this like combinatorial explosion that you have to take into account. But none of that matters, right? Like what does it matter? That it's on my left, that it's over here. But again, what the hell does here mean, right? It's always something very specific to me. It has a reference. It has, is this properly done? Yeah. So again, it's notion. It's personal. It matters. It's what's meaningful. It's like there's an infinite facts about the world. Again, if you think back to this notion of that when I was talking about Plato in the beginning, of union and multiplicity, right? There's a multiplicity of facts, right? Like I can describe the spatial location of this paper in a billion ways, but I replace all of that with 4 letters. Left. That's it. That's all I need. What does needing mean? It means that it's relevant. It satisfies what I need to do. Like again, this is also big issue for Heidegger, right? It's this notion of pragmatism about truth, right? I don't care about all these other billion facts. All I care is what matters to me. It's a very pragmatic thing, right? So on my left, and why does it matter on my left? Because I can look to my left to read it or to fetch it, right? Something like that. And again, all of these are ambiguous, like right, like you don't like. I didn't specify how much to the left, right? I could have made a compass, like I could have said, this amount of degrees to the left, but I didn't. Why? Because it's not relevant. In some other cases, it might be relevant, right? So, for example, if you're in a restaurant and you want someone to look a certain way, but you want them to do somewhere kind of discreet, so they need to know up front exactly where to look. You might be very specific, right? You might say, look at your 3 o'clock, for example, right? And then the person does that. It understands the map, right? And then they can do it. But you only do it then. Like you almost never do it in any other context. Maybe hunting or something like that. But again, always ties to this notion of relevance. And again, where does relevance come from? From being an agent in the world. If you're not an agent in the world, there's no relevance. And that's where meaning comes. And again, this is why Heidegger and AI are so relevant. Is because it's just a big parallel. Like people that don't read Heidegger, I fucking spit everywhere. People who never read Heidegger, they will never fucking understand AI. Maybe they'll understand it if they read other people that have been influenced by Heidegger, but like it's just so important. Anyway, it is a world where things are near and far, but distances are not measured only in miles and kilometers. Right? So again, it's the fact that it's, again, I don't want to repeat myself too much, so I'll try to avoid that. Let me see. Yeah, not purely a Euclidean world, which an object may occupy any place of the appropriate size. Okay, this is enough. I don't want to. I'll probably do this a lot, by the way. I'll probably repeat myself a lot because I'm thinking through things myself, right? So like I can't present this in like a very polished format where I know exactly what I said, and now I'm gonna say exactly only the things that I didn't say. Like, it doesn't work like that because I'm doing this in real time, right? And a lot of times, because I'm also thinking in real time, I don't even know what I'm gonna say, right? Because I'm thinking through it. Obviously, that sucks for you as a viewer, but that's just how it is, right? So so I'm doing it kind of as a public thing, but at the same time, I can't do this publicly in a way that is good, basically. So it's just gonna be bad and too bad. And if no one watches, that's fine. This doesn't matter. I can do my project for all the other reasons that I've mentioned, which are helpful. Okay, so so this was notes 3, which I forgot to put the little sticker on. Okay. Next, this was page 37. Now I need 52. I'll try to hurry up a little bit because I also need to pee, and my voice has very little left. So I'm going to try to wrap everything up. So 42, and also I'd rather do this in one take as well. I would rather not get out and then stop the recording and continue recording and whatnot. All right, 52. And sometimes in this old note taking, I used to just describe the page number and the paragraph. And like I said, I'm not tracking the paragraphs here in this book, which was a mistake. But occasionally I give some comments as well. And there's a comment on this note. So page 52, and then I put falling into the world. It's also a very important Heideggerian concept. So let's see. 52. Okay, I see it. Cool. So I'll read it now. In Being in Time, falling is introduced by the way of the further career of assertion. Assertions are essentially communicable to others. The originator of an assertion makes it in the presence of the entities that the assertion is about. But the assertion is passed on from one person to the other. It is accepted by people unfamiliar with the original evidence for it, simply because it is what they say. Talk becomes idle talk or chatter. A close relative of chatter is curiosity, which means literally lust for novelty. The inquisitive chatterbox is constantly on the lookout for the latest news. One sees and reads what one or they have seen and read. Chatter and curiosity give to ambiguity or duplicity. When everyone chatters about everything, there is no way of telling who understands what, except perhaps someone who is really into something does not chatter about it. Questions are presented as settled when they are really open. Ambiguity and duplicity also infects our relations with others. Under the mask for one for another, against one another is in play. All right, and then there's another quote later from Being in Time, but I'm going to try to digest this first. So it's a bit hard because like I'm jumping into a paragraph and I don't have the context. But this is about falling. So why does Dasein go wrong? Because Dasein is primarily engrossed in things in the world. It regards itself as a thing, like the things that it deals with. Right? So again, this category difference and potentially category mistake, right, of me and the world. Similarly, it overlooks the obvious, what is too close to be conspicuous, not only its own nature, but its own being in the world, in contrast with the things that it deals with. This is also a very important Heideggerian concept, the fact that, what is most obvious, what is closest to you is the thing that it's the hardest to see, right? So for example, my glasses, right? My glasses are so close to my face that I look through it and I often don't realize that I'm wearing them, right? And I think this is very important to think through a lot of culture and tradition that we inherit, which is also why he speaks about this issue of questioning the day, right? It's kind of like it's so into you, like it's so much in your environment that you basically don't see it, and then you just follow it, right? And this notion of following it is also very connected to this notion of falling, right? Because what is falling, right? It's kind of like this notion of being up, and then when you fall, it's kind of like it's a negative thing, and also it's a concept of agency, right? So like if you're up, you can move about. If you fall, you get stuck, right, in some way. It's actually very interesting. I never thought about it in these terms. In terms of falling has the lack of agency in the sense that I fell and now I have to get back up, right? I'm not just gonna crawl the rest of my life, right? So it's kind of like it's this closing of possibility. Now, what does he say later? Then he talks about idle talk and chatter. So it's again kind of uh, these like unauthentic ways of talking about what you talk about. It's kind of like what other people are reading, what other people are saying, and it just kind of like just goes around, kind of like typical office talk and stupid stuff like that. He also mentions the issue of novelty, kind of lust for novelty, he calls it, which is a very, very interesting way to put it. Um, which is this notion of curiosity. It's kind of like I'm not, I don't remember exactly what he is on about with this notion, but maybe it's about this issue of um, chatter. Maybe it's connected to like gossip, kind of as well, which is like I don't know. You just want to see what's new, but it's like it's all very shallow stuff like that. Um, maybe there's something deeper to it that I'll find out later. But at least right now, that's the thing that comes to mind. Mm. And then questions are presented as settled when they're really open. Again, opening and closing of reality. Either way, so now let's get to the quote from Being in Time that he quotes. Dasein is proximally, and for the most part, alongside the worlds of its concern. This absorption in has mostly the character of being lost in the publicness of the day. Dasein has, in the first instance, always already fallen from itself, has an authentic ability to be itself, and has fallen into the world. Fallenness into the world means an absorption in being with one another, insofar as the latter is guided by idle talk, curiosity, and ambiguity. So it's more or less what I mentioned already, but then he's also tying this back to the notion of authenticity as well. And again, being authentic is not just following along with something external, right? And again, what does that mean? Something is again this notion of agency, right? Which is like if you're following something externally, then the cause of your behavior or your thoughts is out there, right? It's not inside. So then continues. Not the Being in Time quote, but now back to inwards. To say that Dasein has fallen from itself is not to say that it was once in an unfallen condition. Dasein has always already fallen from itself into the world in something like the way in which I always already paid income tax and never received my gross salary. Nor would I receive exactly that gross salary if there was no such a thing as income tax. So actually, I think this notion of fallenness in Heidegger is actually a bit complicated because it has a lot of similarities with the actual fall of Adam and Eve, but also at the same time, not really. And sometimes he explicitly rejects the connection, but then in some other places the connection is just really obvious. So, but anyway, but what he's one of the things he's pointing out here is, that you're always in this process that, like you can't be this like authentic, you know ubermensch, where it's kind of like where you have full agency in the world, and like you decide everything, and everything is from your own assessment, right? Like that's just not a thing. So I think part of what he's trying to say here is that like this is part of embodiment itself, right? It's part of being. The fact that being has this characteristic where, you know there's always this notion where you're following externalities, we can say. um and yeah, I'm not sure if it's worth reading the rest of this section. There's like 3 4 paragraphs. uh but yeah, I think this is good enough. And also this notion of fallenness is super important, so this will come up a billion times as I go through this. And so because I really need to pee, and because my throat is struggling so much, that's a good place to stop. So I'm just gonna again put the note. So yeah, so now it's green. So that was page 53. And so now I'm gonna go for what? For 85. Time and being. Time and being. Okay, actually, I'll stop here. Actually, so because this is kind of because I don't think we've spoken about time yet. So I think because it's such a drastic change, I feel like I'll probably provide a lot of commentary, and then that would get too long. But yeah, this was really good. So again, we went through four notes. But yeah, what we spoke about design, dasein. I always mess this up. Actually, I don't even know if the second one is correct, but it's the one that feels the most correct to me. So about this distinction of the human, this notion of embodiment, the notion of spatiality, of relevance, of the objective. Talked about Descartes, being in the world, right? The distinct of what makes humans special, tools, webs of meaning, relationality, and then being with others, the fall, the day, and that's it, loosely. So yeah, that was really fun actually. And it's funny that to me this is actually quite effortless in terms of like mental load or cognitive fatigue, because I have very bad ADHD, and so I've been at this for like an hour plus probably or something or whatever. Um, and there's no way I could read for this long. Like I struggle to read for more than 20 minutes. If I really push it, and with special circumstances, like really if I sleep really well, and um, and if maybe I had a lot of caffeine or whatever, then maybe I could push that tops 30 minutes. If the work is really easy, like if it's not complicated, so if it's super straightforward, maybe I could get up to 40, but like almost never above that. But the fact that I kind of read and then I stop reading and then I comment and whatnot, that helps a lot. It's actually quite funny that I managed to not get tired of it and not lose attention, at least so far. Maybe it will happen in the future once the works get denser. Because again, even though this is dense in the same way, like the writing isn't dense because like the author is quite good and explains it in simple language. Just that the concepts themselves are dense. But maybe once I get to actually primary literature, um, writings from Heidegger itself, maybe that will change. But yeah, so I'll stop here. Um, And yeah, that was fun. And next time I will finish this book off, and then I'll probably, I think, start with this other introduction to Heidegger. So yeah, thanks. All right, so let's go to part two, pick up where we left off. So I had lunch, had a little bit of time to rest, let my throat rest. Ate some honey, hoping that would help. So let's see how much I can do. So we were on Heidegger, a very short introduction by Inwood, and we were to go to note 85. And note 85 is temporality, transcendence, and freedom. So let me just mark this down with a sticker before we continue. And now let me just quickly look. I hate myself so much for not tracking the paragraphs. But I'll just do the entire part as I've done in a few of them before, which is 5 paragraphs. Not too bad. And it introduces the topic nicely, hopefully. So, time has now come into its own. Dasein can only be resolute in time or over time. But we should not say that Dasein is in time or over time. Time is not a container that Dasein is in, any more than the world is. In fact, what is primary is not time, but Dasein's timeliness or temporality. This is a standard move in Heidegger. The primary phenomenon is not the world, space, time, or history, but Dasein's being in the world, Dasein's speciality, Dasein's temporality, or Dasein's historicity. What looks like a thing or substance, denoted by a concrete noun, becomes a way of Dasein's being, denoted by an adjective or abstract noun. Dasein is placed at the center of things. Time is Dasein. Moreover, time is my time, the time of an individual Dasein. Insofar as time is, in each case, mine, there are many times. Time itself is meaningless. Time is temporal. It sounds as if time is hopelessly subjective, if it were not for Heidegger's insistence that Dasein is not a subject. As if each resolute agent had its own time, ending with its own death and unrelated to the time of any other agent. But matters are not left there. Intersubjective world time, the time that is the same for all Dasein, is restored as a derivative phenomenon, but nevertheless real. There are in being and time at least 4 notions of time or temporality. There's primordial or authentic temporality, the temporality of resolute Dasein, inauthentic temporality, the temporality of everyday fallen Dasein, world time, the public time in which we encounter beings within the world, and finally, vulgar or ordinary time. Time has conceived by philosophers from Aristotle to Bergson. Time has a homogeneous, unending sequence of nows and instances. Or instance, rather, sorry. All right, so I think Heidegger's analysis of being is actually much more insightful than time. So, so I actually think that time isn't as extraordinary as he tries to make it to be. But one of the things that came to mind, first of all, is again this notion of Time has something that you're in, number one, just like we saw for that you are part of the world. And the primary phenomenon is not the world, space, time, or history, but Dasein's being in the world, Dasein's spatiality, Dasein's temporality, Dasein's historicity. It's a tricky word to say. And then again, Dasein is placed at the center of things. Time is Dasein. This notion of the center, right now, I can't quite make sense of it. It made a lot again. It made a lot more sense to me, like in the sense of the world, because again, I connected to this notion of intelligibility right away. To me, it's very intuitive. But for time, less so. Um, although at this, although maybe, although at the same time, um, everything of being does unfold in time. So it does. It is primary in that sense, I suppose. And then a little bit on the other paragraphs, he says, insofar as insofar as time is in each case mine, there are many times. Time itself is meaningless. Time is temporal. Hmm. Time is itself meaningless. Time is temporal. I'm not sure if it's kind of the same type of thinking in relationship to the to like the objective feature of spatiality, let's say for some kind of like coordinates based on physics versus kind of like everyday language that's based on relevance and salience and practicality. I'm not sure if this is the case that he's trying to make here for time, right? That time is it's like it's the relevance of time and not like this literal, clockwork. But maybe this is a good time to try the LLM approach. So maybe let's try that and kind of see what that says. So I haven't used it at all in the first video. So let's just see how it does it here. So how I'm going to ask is explain how for Heidegger, how did you phrase it? Time itself is meaningless. Time itself is meaningless. Time is temporal. All right, there you go. It's going to take a while because it has to search through all the documents, but then he says, it sounds as if time is hopelessly subjective, as if it were not for Heidegger's insistence that Dasein is not a subject, as if each resolute agent had its own time, ending with its own death and unrelated to the time of any other agent. So in the sense that it's not subjective. So number one, it does end with its own death, right? Therefore, it has maximum relevance, right? You can say that's, well, you can, but then language is tricky. But it's kind of like, okay, that it has kind of like an absoluteness to it. And then again, unrelated to the time of any other agent, right? Because again, even though left is this like vague, super vague, super abstract reference, it's still objectively right? So I think he's doing something similar here with time. Right? So intersubjective world time, the time that is the same for all Dasein, is restored, right? Meaning that we're not lost in subjectivity, right? So we can recover this, some level of objective time, but importantly, has a derivative phenomenon, right? What does that mean? That your phenomenology is primary, right? So kind of like my time is primary. It's only by kind of corroborate. I don't know how to say this word. It's only by like this intersubjective analysis that you then abstract out, a measure of time. So he says it's a derivative phenomenon, right? So phenomenology, a model of time, right? Once again, this notion of models, representations, again, right? But then he says, but no, nonetheless real, right? So the clock is real, obviously. And then he mentions four notions of time and temporality. Let's see what the other one says. Oof, that's a lot. Oh my god, it gave me so much. All right. Oh, give me a conclusion at the end. My god, it gave me like 12 paragraphs. But it has a conclusion. So at the very end of everything, it says this. In one sentence, for Heidegger, time has meaning only has temporality, has the ecstatic unity of future, having been, and presence through which Dasein understands being at all. That's still fucking meaningless to me. That makes it worse, actually. I think it's the issue of how he's using the terms. Because, for example, at some point, it says here, ordinary measurable time is derivative. Okay, that's exactly what I just mentioned before. The deepest meaning of time is temporality. This is what I don't get. I don't understand what that means. Temporality is the existential structure of Dasein Hesker. Yes. And the issue is, again, it has to do with this notion that I've talked about before in the last video, where meaning only shows itself if you're in contact with reality, if you're real in this ultimate sense. But also I'm gonna go out on a slight tangent here. This is probably not very like faithful to Heidegger, I suppose, but it's just the way that I read it. But another thing that I would add in this relationship to temporality is like that time is related to finitude, to the fact that you're embodied. Like you're not this abstract god or entity or anything like that, right? The fact that you're human, the fact that you're embodied, the fact that you're finite, okay, you're also entering in time to some degree, if that makes sense. And precisely through that breakout of time from the infinite to the finite is also what opens up this field of possibility where things are relevant, because again, that's what makes it real, right? So for example, this hypothetical gods, right? And again, this is not God in this like deep existential theology. It's more in the sense of like thinking of things that are abstract, purely abstract, without embodiment, let's say. Like time has no meaning, and if time has a meaning, to some degree, there's also like nothing to care about. So it says here, temporality is the existential structure of Dasein has care, which I would agree. Or maybe another way to put it, not exactly the same thing, but somewhat related. Temporality is that which allows the structure of care to exist in the world. Let me see something else here. All right. So there's here in my RAG system, I have several lectures. One of them is Being in Time, the Question of the Meaning of Being. That's the lecture of Sadler. And he summarizes Heidegger's decisive claim in this way. And this is quoting Sadler. the meaning of the being of that being that we call dasein proves to be temporality. Right? So the meaning of dasein is temporality. We must show that time is that which dasein tactically, tacitly, tacitly, I have no idea how to pronounce this, sorry. I'm slightly dyslexic at times. But anyway, in which it understands and interprets something like being at all. And again, the way that I would interpret this is because you're always inside time, and time is related to finitude, right? To embodiment. So being does not exist outside time. Then again, another quote from Sadler. It's not as if you had being first and after you had time. No. You only get being by having time. And another way to think about this is also like, again, time has to do with, again, this dynamic of union and multiplicity, which is if you only have union, then that is infinity, and that is one, that is nothing, right? That is like pure being ends up being non-being. Like it's only by a descent of pure being, which to some degree is less real, at least in a Neoplatonic interpretation. Only that, then things kind of become real in this like Heideggerian sense of like reality as we typically conceive it. And then another thing here. Temporality is three ecstasies, whatever that means, unified in care. Past has thrown us, yes. This is also another huge issue for Heidegger, which actually, yeah, I was kind of downplaying time a little bit, but actually, I think the element of throwness, I think, is actually very, very important. Oops. And that's obviously related to time. The fact that you're always thrown into being in the sense that you don't pick your circumstances, right? And those circumstances are always historically embedded, right? So I came into being. I didn't decide to be born in Portugal. I didn't decide to be born in, late the 20th century, and so on and so forth. With this personality, with these genes, with these parents, so on and so forth. So I'm always shaped by the past. But again, this is also related to finitude, right? Because again, finitude is the constraint of possibility, right? This is exactly what we're talking about here. So past is throwness, and then future has projection towards possibilities. Yes, again, everything that we've talked about in the past, right? Dasein is that which can see possibility and also pick possibility, select possibility. And all of that future is towards death. And the reason why death is significant is because that is the cutoff point of possibility. And then it says here also, presence has fallenness, right? And fallenness, I think, was exactly the notes that we ended up before. Yeah, it was exactly. So again, this notion of losing yourself, right? Losing yourself, and something external takes over, right? So you lose authenticity, you lose agency. And these are not sequential but co-present, right? So it's not like you first fall into the world and then right after you have, you have your being has possibility. No, these things are all bundled up together. Ordinary time taken by itself, does not yet give the meaning of being. What most people call time, clock time, calendar time, the endless series of nows, is for Heidegger a derivative and flattened version of a deeper phenomenon. Yes, this is basically just phenomenology at its core, right? Okay, I think that's it. I think that's a pretty good explainer of everything that's going on. Hmm. Then he also mentions here, several different types of time, and then he mentions time conceived by philosophers from Aristotle to Bergson. Time has a homogeneous, unending sequence of nows or instants. To me, it's actually quite confusing because I think that's not how Bergson conceptualized of time, as far as I know. I have a book about Bergson somewhere here, and I'm certainly no expert, but that was the impression that I got of him. Um, so I don't quite understand the contrast they're making here with Bergson and Heidegger. But anyway, then the next paragraph is each of these notions, except the first. Which one is the first? Okay, the first is primordial or authentic temporality. It derives from the preceding. This too is a regular feature of Heidegger's procedure. He does not begin, as Husserl might do, from the apparent simpler phenomenon. Time has a sequence of instances. In other cases, living organisms were the merely present at hand, and then construct from this the more complex phenomenon, authentic, temporality, dasein, or ready to hand. He begins with the richer, more complex phenomenon and derives the simpler phenomenon from it by successfully modifying it. Non-human animals, for example, are to be understood privately as creatures that lack certain features of dasein. Dasein is not able Dasein is not able to be seen as an animal with something else, say reason added to it. Oof, that is complicated. Not complicated, but very rich. So first of all, this contrast with Husserl is very interesting. So Husserl was like, he was trying to kind of build perception from the bottom up, right? So it's kind of like you have the simplest things possible, and then you build on top of it. This is also very interesting from a cognitive science perspective because again, in some this gets very complicated, but in some ways, um, that's not how you comprehend the world. The world comes to you already made to some degree, right? Like even though this book has a billion features, right? I'm not analyzing the features and then boom, a book appears. No, the book appears right away, has a bundle, and that's what makes it intelligible as a book in the first place. And so a lot of this like bottom up construction of reality, um, it's very complicated, but in some instances this just doesn't work. It's just not viable. And Heidegger actually had pretty big impact on this type of thinking, precisely because, again, he really managed it to bring it back to your experience, and your experience isn't the deconstruction, right? Precisely, what you're deconstructing is the experience. Then it also says here, yeah. So you start with this like existential, basic, primordial analysis of time, and only then, by assuming that has the core experience, then you have all these derivatives. Again, same thing as everything we've talked about previously. And then he gives the example of animals here, which is very complicated to think about, but like, because again, people always try to view this kind of perspective with this cynicism and skepticism of like, oh, you're just like putting humans at the top and that's not scientific and we're all animals. And it's like obviously there's a point to that, but there's also a lot that is missing. And this is a good example of it, actually. Although, yeah, it's a good example, yes, but also a tricky one, because it's from a perspective that's a bit hard to fully unpack with time specifically. I think some other examples would be a bit easier to do. But sticking with time here, which is what they're talking about, that we shouldn't think of time as actually maybe let's talk about being first. Maybe that, because I think it's the same thing. Not the same thing, but equivalent. You're not supposed to think of being as something that exists in the world, or maybe let's even simplify it. Let's drop the jargon and let's take a slightly different take, but obviously still very related. Right? So it's not like mind or consciousness, right? Consciousness in the sense of qualia in its basic sense, right? It's not like there's animals which all share something, and then there's humans on top that just happen to have a more potent version of it, or like an extra feature, right? Like like a software update that just manages to get something extra. Obviously, that view is very appealing. Then it seems very scientific as well. But I think a problem with it, though, is that you're not making the human primary. And when I mean that, the issue is it's not that this is coming from a place of like, because humans matter and animals don't. Like that's not the point. I think there's 2 points that are worth considering. Number one is you have access to your experience. You don't have access to the animal's experience. You can make certain assumptions. You can have certain intuitions, but at the end of the day, you don't know. Right? You're just extrapolating from behavior, even from other people, obviously. So even more so to animals. So given that your experience of being in time is what you have access to, maybe start there, right? Like maybe make that as your primary framework, and then you take from there, right? Rather than take something else external that's arbitrary and then make yours secondary. That's number one. But that's more like a epistemological issue, I suppose. But then there's another issue, which is regardless of that, another thing is, again, dasein is special because number one, we can see deeper into reality, and also we are this kind of like metacognitive aspect. It like unfolds all this possibility. We've talked about it before. And it's very hard to argue that when you have this qualitative distinction of like how much space of possibility you can apprehend, like that is almost a magical like quality that really distinguishes from everything else. And if that's the case, if that mode of being is what looks the deepest into reality, is it such an unreasonable claim to say that is most real? Right? Because if you say that it's the most real, then of course that's where you start from, right? I'm going to say, that, I don't know, a fly has some commonality to my being, right? But I consider my being has the framework of how I conceptualize being, and not that I have this extra thing on top of fly being, let's say. Now, And again, and at least following this argument, which just came to mind, I'm not 100% confident on it, but here the reasoning is because I can see deeper into reality than a fly. Therefore, there must be something about my being which is more real. That makes sense to me. Then last paragraph. And also like this notion of like truth and like looking deeper into reality. Like Heidegger often doesn't talk about it like that. But I think that's what he's talking about, whether he knows it or not. It's just that it's a very Neoplatonic twist to it. But I think that's just because it helps ground the ideas in a way that just makes more sense. Of course, some Heidegger scholars would be like, "Ooh, blah, 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 blah." But like, fuck them. I think this is, well, I mean, obviously I'm being a little bit too, I'm joking and I'm being a little too arrogant. I need to take Heidegger scholars seriously because they're smarter than me and they have read more than me and everything else. But, you also can't be too strict about how you interpret things. All right, last paragraph. Heidegger proceeds in this way: from the complex to the simple, for reasons both of phenomenology and ontology. We do not naturally view ourselves as animal organisms with reason superimposed on them, or the time of our decision has a sequence of homogeneous instances with significance conferred upon them by our resolution. The complex is not the composite. It is not constructed by the combination of simple elements, and it cannot be analyzed as if it were. Our experience of time did not enter the world as a tedious now sequence. It first arose as a time of resolute dasein striving to impose order and significance on an apparently hostile or indifferent environment. That is brilliant, and it sums up, I think, pretty well everything that I said. At least in the beginning. Yeah, of kind of like what priority you give to things. Let's read this last part again. Our experience of time did not enter the world as a tedious now sequence. It arose first as the time of resolute dasein striving to impose order and significance on an apparently hostile or indifferent environment. Now, clearly, this is talking about this notion of meaning, of like the man who gathers meaning into something that is ordered based on our sense making that isn't inherently in the world. But then this is kind of messy. I don't think this is connected very well. Striving to impose order and significance on an apparently hostile or indifferent environment. Yeah, well, I'll leave it at that. But also this notion of the complex is not composite, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to get into it now because it's very complicated and it's not worth a detour, but there's also a lot of overlap of this with dynamical systems theory and complexity science. You'll see this all over the place if you study those fields, which are very scientific fields. Like a lot of it is actually just pure math or pure statistics. And again, the fact that you can just bridge so easily between such abstract philosophy and the best of the best modern science, to me, is just mind blowing. And I think there's very few places or people that you can do that beyond Heidegger. There's others, but it's very difficult. And that's it. So that was a nice little break into time. That's it. So that was 5 notes of this book. Maybe I can show it a bit closer to the camera. All right, that's it. Now, we have two introductions that I could go with. Oh my god, there's so many notes. Oh, it's crazy. This will take me forever. So the first one that I read out of these two, and actually probably also the next book that I read after this one. This many years ago. It's Philosophy of Heidegger by Michael Watts, uh, which looks very nice. Actually, I really like these covers and these editions. I also have one like this of Kierkegaard, which is quite nice as well. And I read it recently, I think last year or 2 years ago. So I have this one, and then I have the other one, Heidegger: An Introduction by Richard Poltz, which is the guy I'm going to have on the podcast. So, whoops. So, so I have these two. I'm going to go with this one because that's kind of the order that I actually read it in. But it's scary because I have so many notes. Like I don't know if you can read it. I don't know if you can see. Maybe it's too small. But there's basically like 5 notes of this introduction that we just went through, and then the other one is all of this, which is like maybe 3 to 4 times as big, and then this entire page as well. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah, but again, because a lot of the things will repeat themselves, what takes the most time is the commentary. So yeah, maybe it won't take as long as I'm expecting. All right, let's get into it. Enough bullshit introductions. All right, starts at 6b. B is my own. I have my own little system where B means bottom, meaning last paragraph. All right, here it is. And let me just put a little sticker before we start. And because now I know the paragraphs properly, as I should have done before, I'm also just gonna track that as a pencil as well. All right. So this lecture, I'm quoting the book now. Although this lecture, I want to know what lecture it is. I'm trying to skim it through. I think it's What is Metaphysics, which is one of his most popular lectures. Yeah, I think it's that. Yeah, it is that. Okay, so let's continue. This lecture was a turning point in Heidegger's thought. By 1929, he began to realize that his philosophical approach was not working in the way he wished, and thus he abandoned it for a significant change in direction, which became especially evident in 1936. The systematic metaphysics, his devotion to phenomenology, and his ontology of earlier years were left behind. His interest in Aristotle, the scholastics, and Kant waned, supplanted by his increased focus on Nietzsche's thought, and he began to indulge in a philosophical form of cultural criticism via essays such as The Question Concerning Technology, which I also have here. Most importantly, poetry, in particularly the work of poets such as Holderheim, probably butchering this, Rilke, and George Trakl. I have no idea how to say this. Displaced logic as the ordinary vehicle of our understanding of being. This transformative period in Heidegger's thinking is often referred to it as his turn. In 1930, Heidegger rejected the chair of philosophy at Berlin, Germany's largest university. He disliked not just the noise of big cities, but their social and cultural life and the cosmopolitan elegance of the German intellectual elite. Instead, he chose to live in the small mountain cottage that he had built in 1923 above the town of something in the Black Forest. Heidegger had no interest in a social life revolving around professional dinner tables and similar gatherings, preferring his provincial existence in southern Germany with its small towns and often rugged landscape. Most of his writing was done in this remote environment where he could take breaks from his work in physical activities such as chopping woods or cross-country skiing. He often wore traditional rural custom, including lederhosen, to signify his commitment to blood and soil. And not reading from the passage, but this is also a very interesting aspect of his whole thing. And there's a whole connection of this to his involvement in Nazism as well, which I hope to explore during this project, and that I'm going to try to use in my PhD as well. So this is very, very worthwhile things to research and think and investigate. Now resuming. These peaceful, tranquil years, however, were not to last. Heidegger's next decision would dramatically alter the course of his life, causing irreparable damage to both his personal and professional reputations. So I think that this is the Nazism that they're going to talk about next. But yeah, this is mostly biographical. It doesn't have a whole lot of philosophy here. But yeah, it's important to track the turn. Maybe this is something that I can write about, that I can put here on my little thing. So I'm gonna track this as, what do I call this? Like Heidegger. What do I call the project in general? Heidegger projects, whatever. All right. Maybe I can just track down some of the things that I mentioned already. So a couple things that came to mind. So fallenness. It's not going to be in a good order. It's just random stuff that comes to mind. Finitude. How do I say it? The primacy of the human, let's call it. What else? What else did he talk about? Time. But I'm not going to write time. I need to find something a bit more proper. The primordial structure of dasein is time, I guess. The primordial structure of dasein is time. And there's probably more stuff, but I don't want to overthink it at this point. I just wanted to write some stuff down. So now maybe some stuff that I can do is just track here the turn that it's mentioned, because that is pretty important. So what dates do they? Oh man, this is kind of a hassle to. Mm-hmm. All right. Significant change in direction became especially evident in 1936. So we'll track that for now. If I write this down, I'll double check. But to turn 1936, and again, this is connected to his essay on what is metaphysics, which came in earlier, 7 years earlier. But yeah, it does make sense to tie it to that lecture, because that lecture is very, very disconnected from this like scholastic Aristotelian perspective. Like he was getting proper Heidegger at this point. But yeah, I'm not going to track that. But yeah, just important to kind of note. Yeah, and then the whole poetry movement as well, which again I'm not going to write. I know that, but yeah, just good to highlight. What else? Oh, and then the Nazism thing, but this hasn't been developed yet. It was just mentioned. All right. Next note, 14.2. Heraclitus, for example, asserted that human rules for living must harmonize with divine law, which encompasses both the law of men and the universal laws of the cosmos itself. He understood the cosmos as an intelligent, eternal, parenthesis, therefore divine, system that intelligently orders and regulates itself, the logos, an objective law-like principle that embodies this order and governs the cosmos. It is the account of the self-regulation that, like a language, can be heard and understood by those attuned to it. A viewpoint that would come to influence Heidegger's understanding of language. So first of all, everything logos I'm very fascinated with. So this is very good to track. And again, this notion of logos in this sense is the fact that there's an order to reality. There's an order to the universe. And to some degree, that's this order, the best way to conceive it is laws. So obviously the most obvious one is the laws of physics, right? So it's not so like the world isn't chaotic, right? There's patterns, and patterns implies structure, implies laws. But also on the human world, right? We also perceive it to be like moral laws, right? And probably other types of laws, but the moral is the strongest, and they kind of blend into each other. But the way he phrases it here is both the laws of men and universal laws of the cosmos itself. And then the most important is that, like a language, it can be heard and understood by those attuned to it. And again, this is very Zen, right? Not very Zen. Well, also Zen, but very Eastern in tone, let's say. Although I say that because this is very associated with Eastern perspectives, but we have plenty of this in our own tradition. It's just that a lot of times people don't know it, right? But there's this notion that there's a structure to the universe, and it's this idea where it's not this just like arbitrary limit of possibility, because to some degree that's what a law is, right? A law is like a scientific, like laws of physics, right? What they do is like, this is how reality is going to behave, right? That's why you can't go outside the law. That's why it's a law, right? It's putting a limit. It's specifying something. But at the same time, again, it's not arbitrary, and it has existential import. Where if you order yourself towards these laws, then you'll become wise. You'll live a life of virtue. You will achieve enlightenment. Whatever. There's several ways of thinking about it, and it says that it then influences Heidegger's understanding of language. Yeah, that's not so fresh on my mind. Not exactly sure how one thing bridges to the other, but we'll eventually get to it. I suppose we can. I think I only tracked one paragraph. Yeah, there was only one paragraph that I tracked, but this is very interesting to me, so I'll just read the other one. Thus, Heraclitus believed that divine nature, not human nature, has right understanding. Although he viewed the experience derivative from sense perception as important, he also regarded a thoughtful inquiry as indispensable, since it is essential that one is able to perceive how the phenomena indicates this larger order of things. Nature loves to hide itself. So the evidence, the interplay of opposing states and forces, the unity of opposites, and the role of strife in human life, as well as the cosmos, must be carefully interpreted. Such thoughts would come to influence Heidegger later's writings on truth and the nature and function of true art. Again, this notion of the larger order of things. And again, to some degree, we can just think about structure, like laws of physics, obviously. But then there's this more existential thing, which is like you cannot, because like the laws of physics, like even though that does explain this like structure of emanation from reality, it doesn't have this existential import. But on the ancients and kind of the pre-Socratics, for example, certainly when they talked about this stuff, it was certainly in relationship to virtue. But it's not exactly clear how these things tie together. This is something that I also wanted to read more about. And then there's this other idea of like nature loves to hide itself. And I think Hadot has a whole book on that unpacks all this historical context of how we perceive nature, which is very interesting. I have it there somewhere. But one of the things that I think is meant by this is that, well, probably the most straightforward is that reality is infinite, again, right? And is open. And therefore, there's always more to it. Although that doesn't quite capture it, because the fact that it loves to hide itself also has the element of like an active concealment, right? And that's not captured by just the infinity of it. And there's also an element of playfulness, which I'm not exactly sure what to do with. One, I mean, I'm not that confident on this. I'm just like talking shit out loud. But one of the things that comes to mind is maybe one way to think about it is that because reality, because you tend to apprehend reality within your models and with your representations, you kind of box it in. But eventually you find out that's wrong. And again, to some degree, this is related to the infinity and openness issue. But this loves to hide itself. Maybe one way that can be interpreted is also that you can almost, again, with this kind of like playful sense, like not only you can always know more, but the problem is knowing more. If you have this schema of just like this infinite progression, it feels very, it just feels like a continuum, right? It just feels like a straight line from unknowing to all knowing, right? But nature loves to hide itself. It's almost like it hides, right? Like it goes away. There's movement of some kind. So this notion of a pure continuum doesn't seem to hold very well. And maybe one way to think about it, at least one playful way to understand this playfulness, is that the way that the way that you progress to some degree, a lot of the times is that you make these constructions of your understanding, but then you eventually find out that they're wrong. And when you're wrong, it's kind of like a hiding to some degree, right? Because it's kind of like that box. It's almost like nature coming with a hammer and just like pounding your your structure of understanding. It's like, actually no, that is wrong, right? And therefore, and when that happens, it's not like you stay in the same place, right? It's almost like you go back a little bit. It's like, oh shit, reality isn't what I thought it was, right? And so it's kind of like the real hid itself, right? That it ran away, right? And then you have to chase it again with this new structure. So I'm not 100% sure if that's the best interpretation, but I think there's something to it that just came to mind. Mm, so yeah, that's good enough for this. Did I track this as a note? Yeah, I did. Let me just put it here, the paragraph. So it was paragraph 2 and 3 that I read. Let me just see what else they say about this. Yeah, whatever. Let's not get into that. Then, oh, also on the same page, fifth paragraph. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's actually what I was. That's actually what I was considering reading before. Um, is this right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So it says the following. According to Heidegger, Plato and all philosophers who came after him made the grave mistake of adopting a theoretical stance for their interpretation of being. This created an artificial but fundamental rift between the isolated subject or mind and an independent realm of objects, which has blinded most humans to the indivisibility and fundamental unity of being. This gave rise to the oblivion of being that persists today. Again, this whole Cartesian division that Rowdy spoke of before. And then it continues. As a result, ontology has largely been preoccupied with things in existence and the facts connected with them, which Heidegger calls ontic or ontic knowledge. In other words, that which exists has a consequence of being. This approach to ontology provides information about entities in the world as a whole in terms of their most universal characteristics, like measurements, similarities and differences, and so on, in their relationships to other entities. And the question regarding the being of entities has focused on being only in the sense that one can determine in general or universally about all entities. In other words, what they have in common. For instance, Aristotle asserted that the being of all entities can be understood with reference to substances. In modern times, science views the being of all beings as varying forms of mass energy in space-time, and according to Nietzsche's philosophy, one can regard the being of all entities as different manifestations of the will to power. I'll read a little bit more just to get a little bit more context where they're going with this. But none of these ontological investigations of entities have any regard for or interest in the primordial fact of their being, that which already determines them as entities. That sorry, that on the basis of which they are already understood. Here, determine doesn't mean to create or cause, for being does not produce entities, since only entities produce entities, and being is not an entity. Instead, determines implies the sense of enable us to encounter and understand. All right, it's very heavy already. So, again, first of all, this notion of primordiality is what I think is really interesting about Heidegger. Is like what he's, I think part of what, one way to think about it, what he's doing is like everyone is applying all these different frameworks to existence. And one of the things Heidegger is doing is like, what is existence and how do you recognize existence? It's kind of like one layer deeper. And it just also happens to be the deepest layer that you can go. Because to some degree, what you're trying to determine is, what does it mean to be a layer? So it's kind of like this meta philosophy to some degree. And then this notion of determination and the cause. Being is not an entity. We've spoken about this before. Enable us to encounter and to understand. Again, also a very influential thing of Heidegger, which is, and this is, and the way that I talk about it, I think Heidegger doesn't quite put it in these terms, but I think intelligibility is one of the easiest things to understand. Is that if something is intelligible, then it allows you to understand it. That's what it means, but also to encounter it. And encounter it. This is very interesting when reading Heidegger, because it's kind of like a different way of talking about it, which is not very natural to us now. Which is like reality shows itself to you, right? Like that's kind of what an encounter is, right? Like like it's kind of like a perception. But the issue is, being determines what shows up, which is like, one way to think about it is like, how you think of being determines what being is, right? Um, Let me see one way, maybe an easier way to think about it. And I think, and again, this partially has to do with this whole strand of Heidegger that is connected with this whole perspectivist take on truth, which is an oversimplification. Like, I'm not saying he fully embraces that, but like he's navigating in those waters, which to some degree, has this element of like, okay, then then how can we, what is truth, how can we agree on things, and all those kinds of problems. But at the same time, it's this active recognition, which again is very aligned with cognitive science, of like, you determine how the world unfolds to you. And the reason why is because you're using categories that are meaning based, and and that is malleable to some degree. It's not infinitely malleable, but it is malleable, right? So, for example, kind of a very simplistic, um, very simplistic way of thinking about it, but it helps to get started. Is kind of like, if I go here outside my window, I'm going to see plants on the ground, right? And some of them I will consider as weeds, right? But like the weeds are a classification, right? So like they show up to me in a certain way because of this web of meaning that we've talked about, right? Like this intrinsic in this whole system that I have of what a plant is, what plants are for, right? Because it's not like an objective fact that the plant is a weed, right? It's just because I don't want it, right? And so if I thought about it differently, then that would literally show up differently for me. Like it would not be the same plant, right? And again, this notion of intelligibility is really important because we really need to get away of thinking as this disclosure of being as if it's some kind of like perceptual thing, as if it's like I can just imagine how reality shows up, or some weird, stupid new age bullshit. It's kind of like, I mean, it's on the right direction, but it's more like that you need to understand that, again, categories are everything. It's kind of like it's how you make sense of things. It's the meaning that you attribute to things, and that is malleable. So that is one of the foundations of this whole problem about enabling us to encounter something. That is very important for Heidegger. Again, I'm not sure if I read it this before, but this puts it quite nicely. Heidegger observed the same fundamental flaw in all those approaches, which investigated the being of beings, which investigated the being of beings without exploring what being actually is, what it signifies, or what it means in the first place. For, according to Heidegger, prior to answering any question about the being of beings, one needs to ask, what is the meaning of that which is referred to by the word being? All right, so my example is actually not exactly this. Like, I oversimplified it a little bit, but it was still kind of a helpful framework in general. But in this case, it's a bit more abstract than that. But again, this is the core of Heidegger's project, like to some degree, right? At least in kind of like this more basic being and time, which we'll eventually get into. Again, it's this thing of like, okay, you have to, before asking about specific beings, we need to understand what the hell being actually is in the first place. And then it says, and the failure to do this means that these ontological approaches are conducting their investigations with insufficient understanding of that which is the foundational precondition of their entire investigation. Right? In other words, according to Heidegger, there is no solid grounding or basis for any of their ontological conclusions. Again, it's this notion that we need to start from zero, right? We need to start from scratch. If you haven't properly understood what being is, then any other ontology after that crumbles. And actually, because all the other fields of philosophy, to some degree, can be conceptualized as dealing with ontology to some degree, then all of philosophy crumbles, actually. So this is the question of philosophy for Heidegger. All right. So did I track this note? I didn't. Sorry. So let me just track that really quick. And I'll end it about here. All right. Cool. So next one is 17. And the fourth paragraph. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me just put the sticker. All right. And here it says, the reader should take notes. Although the different formulations of the question of being that are discussed in the chapter certainly do not amount exactly to the same question, it is clear that Heidegger would have acknowledged a deep connection between them. They are all in play to this discussion of beings as facets of this one ultimate question: what is the meaning of beings? A question he asked throughout his life over and over again. I think I was counting this wrong, actually, because this paragraph makes no sense in its isolation. I need to read the other one above it. So the other one above it starts. I'll just read the whole thing, actually, which is just a few extra lines. In Heidegger's principal work, Being and Time, which is the subject of chapter 3, the inquiry into the meaning of beings relies on a supposition that all entities manifest themselves as being in certain ways, and it asks how this can be possible at all. That is, how is it possible for anything to manifest itself as being in a certain way? The investigation is then conducted via an examination of our way of being, since Heidegger reasons that in order to ask the question of being, we must already have a vague understanding of it. Yeah, that makes sense. And again, at least I would argue that this is connected to the notion of why start in the human. And again, I think the two arguments that I made is exactly what I would make here as well, which is like, number one, because that's what you have access to, and number two, because that does seem to have um, epistemological weight, and I would reason from that it has ontological weight. Then he continues. Sometimes he seems to be asking about the meaning of the verb to be. But then it comes the prima facie different questions, such as, what does being mean to us? These are different as, what is the meaning of the verb to live? Or what is the meaning of life? But then Heidegger, or for that matter Wittgenstein, could argue that one cannot attain an in-depth understanding of the verbs to be or to live without understanding the role that they play in our lives and discourse that leads to the questions, what is the meaning of being for us, and what is the meaning of life? Yeah, sure. But and again, this notion of being is again this whole foundation, and it's important also that they divorce this from the question of meaning of life. I think the best way to think about it is, what are, I'm going to oversimplify it, but whatever. I think it's still helpful. If you think about it, of what is, how can you understand the world? You understand the world by rearranging it in some kind through your sense making. But your sense making is based on categories, but the categories themselves already presuppose intelligibility to some degree. Like, Actually, I'm not sure if this is actually would go against Heidegger, actually. Because here's where my mind is going, at least within this line of argument, which might be wrong. You already needs you already needs to know what being is to establish, to ask the question. No, my brain is just melting into a mush now. But kind of what I'm trying to say is that you already have a sense of meaning. Sorry, you already have a sense of being, no matter what, no matter how you think about being. Now, would Heidegger agree with that or disagree with that? Let me try to think. Probably agree, because again, the question that he's trying to make is that he's just trying to get us to to the question that's at the very bottom, which is what is being. So he's not denying. In fact, yeah, actually, the way that I was framing this makes no sense. Like this is kind of obvious because I think because because that is the very meaning of intelligibility, right? Again, yeah, exactly. That has to be the case because again, we're in contact with the real. The deeper question is how can we make sense? How can we make sense of that? Like what is the meaning of being? What is the meaning of being? All right, let's leave it at that before, because again, and again, this I'm struggling here because obviously my head leans in certain directions and whatnot, but like to some degree, this is almost the most abstract question you can possibly ask, right? So like this is very kind of difficult and tricky. All right, let's leave it at that for now. So this was 17. Now the next one. One approach to the question of being, taken originally by Heidegger in his Introduction to Metaphysics, although not in his major work Being and Time, is to ask, why is there something rather than nothing? Even a decade later, he is still preoccupied with the same formulation of the question of being, as evidenced in his lectures, Holderheim, blah 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 blah, bunch of German I'm not gonna say, during the winter semester of 1941 and 42. And then a quote from Heidegger: "The wonder that a world is worlding around us, and that there are beings rather than nothing." This question seems to reach beyond the power of human reason. No scientific investigation or theology is capable of providing an answer. And although Heidegger states in an Introduction to Metaphysics, this why question does not seek causes for beings, it does not require too great a stretch of the imagination if we hear in Heidegger's question of being echoed in this phrase, the wonder that the world is worldling around us and that there are beings rather than nothing, the related following question: what explains the Big Bang? A question that, as we shall now see, leads only to an endless process of analytic reduction resulting in either an infinite regression or an arbitrary cessation at the something that remains unexplained. Oh well, this whole this whole cosmological issue is a mess that I would rather not get into. And again, this notion of how does he phrase it again? What is it? Yeah, why is there something rather than nothing? Again, this is almost the most difficult question you can possibly ask. Um, yeah, it's not like I'm gonna try to answer it. Like I could try to come up with some thoughts, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be very productive now. But it's good to start framing some of these problems that Heidegger talks about. And it's funny that on the next, I'm not gonna read it, but just the next section after this of where I'm at, the title is called "The Significance of Unanswerable Questions." So, all right, so so that's 18. Then that would be 19.3. All right, so 1, 2, 3, and I need to track the notes as well. So let's do that, and then I need to start to see all the notes in advance actually, because there's a lot of times where I'm seeing the a note on the page, and then there's a notes right after on the same page, and I kind of my brain for some reason is always defaulting to thinking that it's something later. So it's better to know in advance like everything that I need to pay attention to on the page. So in this case, page 19. So it's 3, 4, and bottom. Okay, so uh, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it starts here. Then it actually goes all the other way to the other page. Okay, so Heidegger describes this primordial experience of astonishment as the index of the supreme potential of life, a fundamental phenomenon occurring at moments of specially intensive experiencing. I'm going to read that again. The index of the supreme potential of life, a fundamental phenomenon occurring at the moments of especially intensive experiencing. I have no idea what the fuck that means. Its rare occurrences invariably coincides with the realization that this experience of wonder and amazement is, at all times and in all situations, latently present. It remains concealed, either because we have adopted a detached theoretical perspective that distances from the direct experiences, or we remain locked and immersed in our robot like routines of living, experiencing only our conditioned responses, and thus we lose contact with the freshness of being and cannot see it in its totality. Our amazement that something is there at all inspires endless questions that have no answers, because all explanations remain trapped in the spiral of infinite regression, since every single why stimulates and is replaced by yet another why. Many philosophers argue that this implies that the question is meaningless, yet the question still seems relevant to us at some level to our awareness. Sorry. And yet the question still seems relevant to us. Fuck, I'm repeating this. Sorry, my brain is, is going too much by now. Okay, I'll start from scratch. I'll nail it down this time. I just need to track. They need to track the lines. Many philosophers argue that this implies that the question is meaningless, and yet the question still seems relevant to us at some level of our awareness. For as the cosmologist Stephen Hawking suggests, once science has described how everything works, we will still want to ask, what is it that breathes fire into the equations and makes the universe for them to describe? Why does the universe go to all the bother of existing? That is a lovely quote. I wanna save that from Hawking. I really love saving these quotes from when scientists have kind of a moment of enlightenment on why they need philosophy. So I took a picture of the quote, so give me like a couple seconds just so I add it to my quotes album. Oh, I need to make a new album actually. All right, so this is quotes 2. All right, there you go. And again, it's this experience of wonder, experience of amazement, and the fact that you can't answer it. And for Heidegger, this notion of the question is also super important, which also is one of the things that I find so fascinating, interesting, and relevant for our time, is precisely because, again, I think this realization of the importance of the question is what is being lost, and is distinctively human as well. And again, if you think back to AI, AI doesn't ask in the deep possible sense, and certainly doesn't have wonder, obviously. Why is there something rather than nothing? Many philosophers argues that this implies that the question is meaningless. It's not meaningless. I would certainly say that. I don't know how to answer it, but why is there something rather than nothing? I don't know, Heidegger. All right, let's continue. There's still some notes left on this page, I think. Yeah, it crosses over. All right, so quotes. Every philosophy has a human thing, intrinsically fails, and God needs no philosophy. However, philosophy also conceals a richness that again and again demands a renewed awakening. So that was a direct quotation from Heidegger. And again, like the way that I think about this is, again, thinking about the real, right? Like reality. To some degree, you can think about ultimate reality, but then that has some extra baggage that I would rather not get into now. But again, I think this way of thinking of like models about reality is the easiest way to go about it. So another way that you can rephrase this a little bit is, you know, every system fails, every model fails, and God needs no philosophy because, well, this notion of God is a huge mess. But but how I think about it and how I would recommend thinking about it is, God has in pure truth, pure being, reality as such, right? Reality has no philosophy, right? Like philosophy is your way to try to understand reality and also grasp reality. But at the same time, philosophy conceals a richness that again and again demands a renewed awakening. Right? So it's kind of like it's this infinite source of the real. If you cultivate it, if you pay attention to it. I wonder if maybe this is also a way to pick up on the nothingness question. Because like philosophy is a richness that again and again demands a renewed awakening. Like this notion of wonder. Because the fact that something exists rather than nothing, that is multiplicity. That is possibility, right? In all the ways we've talked about possibility before. And wonder is also this, is the cultivation of this possibility as well, right? Because wonder is kind of like, I suppose, wonder is kind of like, it's not quite right, but some simplification, like an emotional response to the infiniteness of reality. And therefore, by better appreciating the infiniteness of reality, you can better avoid neglecting that possibility, right? I'm going to quote it again. Philosophy conceals a richness that again and again demands a renewed awakening. A renewed awakening. Philosophy conceals a richness. So there's richness in philosophy and demands a renewed awakening. What's a renewed awakening? Right? It's kind of like this. It's this stepping back, right? Which again, I think is a reasonable connection to this notion of possibility. Let's keep reading. Maybe I'm overthinking it, and it will become more clear with the rest of the paragraph. So I continue. So what is it that makes the question of being? So sorry, I messed it up. So what is it that makes the question of the meaning of being so important to Heidegger? If it cannot actually be answered, then how can it possibly have meaning at all? For Heidegger, thinking is truly and essentially questioning. A questioning is not to be stilled or solved by an answer. A questioning that cannot calculate in advance the destination, nor even the direction which it will be led. Okay, so this is good news. I think I wasn't too far off then, because again, that is the possibility, right? Like if you know the destination, then again, it is a fixed point, right? Like you determine what it is, and if it's determined, by definition, it's the opposite of possibility, right? Continuing. Thus, it is precisely the non-answerable nature of this question that Heidegger finds so intriguing and meaningful, for he distinguishes between two sorts of questions. The first type, ontic questions, such as how far away is the moon from the earth, has terminal answers. Heidegger regards these as trivial, since the answer settles the question and renders it inert. There's nothing further to be gained from asking it again. The second type, ontological questions, which he views as worthy of questioning, are unanswerable and therefore inexhaustible. Heidegger regarded the action of focusing on worthy questions as fundamental to deepening one's understanding of being. Okay, so, and again, this comes down to this specialness of being human, where reality is infinite, and you can look deeper into reality. Because the issue is like, the issue with human beings also is like, not only do we have higher intelligence, but then the issue is, at some point, this kind of like meta cognitive awareness, what it does is that it becomes recursive, right? So animals are also in contact with reality, right? Like they're not, number one, they're not pure machines, but the sentience part isn't quite what I want to highlight. It's more like they still apprehend the world, right? In a way that's true, let's say, even though it's super messy of how I'm putting it. But the question is, the level of reality that they have is mostly static, right? So a dog has understanding, of what's going on, right? That is true. That is granted, right? Like we grant that. But then the issue is, it's not that the human being has just a higher level. The thing is that the human being can have these things where it's kind of like, actually, like I'm gonna step back, I'm gonna reevaluate, I'm gonna see a different way of looking at things, and I'm kind of phrasing it as a conscious thing, but sometimes it's unconscious as well. Like the overall possibility of that process is what I'm trying to highlight, right? And it's kind of like, it's not only that you're higher than the animal, but you can go higher than what you were before, and that's distinctively human, right? Like it's very hard for animals to do this. Like there is some displays of this kind of like more kind of metacognitive capacities, but they're much more minimal in scope, and they're very context specific. It's just not comparable to human beings. Like I'm sorry, animal people. I get it that animals are intelligent. I get it that we need to respect animals. I get all of that, but this is just unavoidable. Now, where was I going with this? Okay, yes. So again, so the thing about human beings is, again, is this capacity to always look deeper into reality, always, at least in theory, be open to this possibility. And therefore, maybe this is also connected to like the fact that it's unanswerable, but the fact that it still feels like maybe one day that will be answered. Maybe this is also part of this dynamic, right? Which is like, it's not answerable, but like, no, the part of feeling like it's answerable, it's not quite right. It's more like, I think it's more about the unexhaustibleness of it, right? The fact that you are pondering the unexhaustible forces you to consider all possibility. Yeah, I think that's roughly right. All right, so this note is page 20. There's also paragraph 3 that I had. Okay, I'm just going to continue. I'm going to, wait, before I forget, I'm just going to make a note of this. Actually, no, that's not. Discontinued here. All right, welcome to another video where I just talk about Heidegger forever. So last time we went through this book, little introduction, and now we got into another introduction, and that was just getting started. I only went through 4 notes so far, so we're just going to continue that. The last video did end up kind of abruptly because the camera ran out of battery somehow, even though it was supposedly charging while it was recording. But not much was lost. I noticed it pretty quickly. So what I ended at was basically pondering this question of why is there something rather than nothing, which was quite tricky. And one of the thoughts that I was having at the time is this notion of being open to possibility, which now my brain can't actually make the connection super explicit, because it was very abstract and not exactly 100% sure how logically coherent that is. It's more like an intuition rather than anything else. So I wasn't taking it too seriously. But okay, so either way, I need to find where I was. So I had my bookmark here on page 21. So let me see. 23, page 20, paragraph 3. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I don't think I was covering this paragraph yet. So let's do that. So 1, 2, 3. All right, so I'm just going to read it. Especially in his later thoughts, he often reiterated that one should avoid all attempts to subject being to logical analysis and formal definition. For when we seek to articulate being, it is always as though we are reaching into the void. Instead, he emphasizes that the only legitimate tactic for investigating being was questioning. The mind, fully absorbed in the activity of the intense, authentic questioning, gradually enters into a state of deep connection or oneness with that which is being questioned. Just as a guitar string will sympathetically resonate with a string of the same pitch that is vibrating on a guitar close by, perhaps the process of Heidegger's questioning allows the being of the questioner to resonate sympathetically with the awesome and amazing phenomenon of universal being. In his final lecture at Freiburg University, he asserted that the mysterious revelation of being is not to be explained rationally, but to be received with gratitude. So, first of all, I think the way he puts it here of the only legitimate tactic for investigating being is questioning, right? Why? Because the question is the opening. You question that which you don't know, that which you're willing to revise. The answer is you lock it, right? You have it. But of course, you can't have it because, again, reality is infinite, reality is open. And then perhaps the process of Heidegger's questioning allows the being of the questioner to resonate sympathetically with the awesome and phenomenon of universal being. So again, it's kind of like using it as a tool, I would say. Obviously, Heidegger has a lot to say about tools, but let's just forget it for now. A method, maybe that's a good way to put it. And then again, the mysterious revelation of being is not to be explained rationally, right? And why not? And I would say there's two ways to go about this. One is, again, because logic only functions when with certain assumptions. You always have to take some premises for granted. The problem is that premises are never fully granted. They're just like decent degrees of confidence, right? So if I say, and I remember when I was a kid, I thought this about a lot, which is like, okay, I can make I can make rational arguments, right? So for example, to say, if a frog is an animal and all animals are alive, then a frog is alive, right? So obviously that seems that you got the truth, right? Like this is undisputable. But then the problem is that that you can never be sure of those premises, right? So in this case, it seems pretty reasonable. But for most cases, especially when the topics get complicated, like you never truly know. You're just making your best assumption. So this notion of rationale, this notion of logic, is always all very tricky because of that. Obviously, it's still a tool in your toolbox. You should try to get as close to the truth as possible, and this is a good methodology for it in most cases. But always aware of the limitations that brings. And then the second, and this is kind of like more philosophical point, but then there's also a more scientific point, which again, bringing cognitive science into play, That there's a lot of ways of how human cognition thinks, and cognition already, in a broad sense, the way that human beings act in the world and know about the world is not propositional, which for our purposes here we can equate with this like classical traditional notion of rationality. And therefore, if you are trying to apprehend being itself, then yes, that's not going to cut it for these two reasons. What's really interesting is that he then says, he asserted that the mysterious revelation of being is not to be explained rationally, but to be received with gratitude. Now, that is very interesting because this notion of gratitude has a mystical element, which, number one, sometimes Heidegger really leans into it, but also often he doesn't. Obviously, the analytic tradition really criticizes Heidegger for being in this mystical camp, but that's only because they're coming from a place that is so opposite of anything mystic, right? Like they're so logical, like they're so dry, right? They're so articulate and non-poetic. Therefore, Heidegger seems this like insane mystical guy that's just like speaking gibberish, but that's actually not the case. If you compare actually Heidegger with actual mystics, then yeah, he's not he's not that mystic. But here, that does seem pretty mystic, right? And then the second issue is this, like there's a moral dimension, right? It's not just mystical in the sense that I don't know, you might apprehend reality as it truly is. You might get in touch or some hint of ultimate reality, but that ultimate reality is ultimately devoid of any existential import, right? And some mystical systems have like that, have that. Um, this is a bit biased for my part, but I do think that some Eastern traditions sometimes kind of get close to that. Yeah. So this kind of like moral appearance, this existential mystical appearance, is quite odd and worth noting. We'll unpack that more later as we dive deeper into his work. Then he also continues, it would seem reasonable to conclude that Heidegger's why is there something rather than nothing is actually not a question that is asking for an answer, but rather an expression of sheer astonishment and wonder over the fact of existence. Yes. In asking this question, Heidegger wants to unsettle our normal understanding of life so that he can lead us into the unfamiliar and unknown territory that lies within the familiar, thus surprising and inspiring us with a mystery that is hidden within the realm of ordinary everyday existence. For Heidegger claims that in the mood of astonishment, the questioner is more receptive to hearing the voice of being, to becoming closely attuned to and aware of the nature of being. And then, as the poet Samuel Taylor puts it, in wonder, all philosophy began. And obviously, this quote, I don't know why they quote Samuel Taylor when they could have just said Aristotle, but whatever. But yeah, this is great, right? So again, this notion of familiarity, right? So into to lead us into the unfamiliar and unknown territory that lies within the familiar, right? So again, being is this such like it's with you all the time, right? It's all there is, and also recognizing being all the time. And again, the closer it is to you, the harder it is to see, right? You just take it for granted. And again, this notion of the mystery, the wonder, and so on. Great stuff. Let's move on. So this is 20. So now we go to. Oh, I didn't end up making the note here. All right. Maybe we can end it here. All right. Next page. 22.1. Another crucial difference in Heidegger's thinking is that unlike earlier philosophers, He makes no attempt to isolate human beings from the world in which they live. Traditional philosophers have distinguished the knower from the world it knows. The world is out there, and the thinker's task is to deal with that which is in the mind in relationship to what is outside of it. We are regarded as independent thinking. We are regarded as independently existing thinking entities, completely separate from the world. We are the subjects, and the world is our object. For example, according to Descartes, rather than being a fundamental part of the world in which we live, we are beings with mental states and experiences that can exist independently from the actual concrete relationships we have with the surrounding world. Heidegger rejects this approach, pointing out that I cannot look at the world objectively because the world is not and cannot possibly be outside me, since I am, and always have been since birth, in the world existing as part of it. I am inextricably linked to all other entities in the worldwide web of significance, and thus in philosophy it is not possible for me to exercise pure reason in isolation from concrete circumstance. Moreover, thought, like all human activities, is historical, and thus it is also founded in my own particular heritage. And then a quote from Heidegger's What is Metaphysics? Every metaphysical question can only be asked in such a way that the questioner as such is present together with the question, that is placed in the question. All right, so again, we have Descartes again. And I've mentioned this kind of problem in philosophy of what's inside, what's outside, and even though I've talked about it, I didn't quite put it in those terms yet, which is the problem of the object and the subject. What is the actual? They kind of phrased it here has, I think, a particular way of saying it. Now I can't find it. Maybe I just thought about it. But either way, now this is actually interesting. So first of all, since we're on this like subject to object distinction, it's actually funny because this is actually something that I'm still trying to work out for myself a fair bit. Because on one hand, I am very aligned to abolish the subject object distinction because again, all the stuff that you've been talking about, and Heidegger is just like such a massive pillar of this strand of thought. Obviously to me, but like philosophy in general. And this has been massively influential in activist approaches, both within philosophy and again also within cognitive science. And from that perspective, I'm fully on board with that. Although there's also other situations where I think that's a little bit too tricky because the distinction is warranted. Because again, if you think back to Descartes, as wrong as he was, as much as despite all the problems it entails, there's a very deep, real intuition of why he was forced to make that distinction, right? Which is like, I am different than a rock, right? And obviously, all of this is very much connected to consciousness, right? Descartes put it as thought. There's some reasons to make the distinction, and he was also very concerned with this notion of reason. Sure, but again, just even life itself, I think already starts building up this problem. And one of the things with this kind of inactivist thinking is that it's a bit tricky to think through this of how can it be this ontological meshing when the features of those ontological categories seem irreconcilable to some degree. And this is why it's also related to the hard problem of consciousness, right? Like it always comes down to this. Which you can't explain consciousness through physical means, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to make like some kind of supernatural claim out of it, but it is true nevertheless, right? And it also doesn't mean that you can't eventually explain it, although even that is a can of worms. But at the bare minimum, we have to concede that right now we don't understand how that works. And we don't understand how it works precisely because that these two things don't fit together for these ways. But this is the problem, right? Which is like, if you think that they're separate, then that's what Descartes tried to do, and then he ran into a bunch of problems. So you have problems both ways. So how can you solve it? I don't know. And also another thing is also the somewhat related to this is also Hume's distinction between is and ought, right? Which, again, to some degree, I'm very aligned with it, right? Like you can't get an ought from an is, and I'm very on board with this notion of there's something about values, which again, it's very connected to consciousness again. Because why? Because only consciousness in some form, only, at least at the very minimum, only life in some form can have values, because values are preferences. Preferences are valences. Right? Like you can't get that in an inert world. It's meaning itself, and meaning cannot exist outside minds, right? In the broadest way of thinking about minds. But at the same time, despite that, there's a lot of this kind of like inactivist tradition now that does criticize Hume. And so, for example, I know people that I respect a lot, like Verveke, my supervisor, that does think that the is and ought distinction needs to be abolished. And I haven't read that work yet. I don't know exactly what the argument is. I need to at some point, but I find that very hard to even imagine how that would work. But again, to some degree, it has to be the case, right? Again, it's this notion of like, it's this paradox that I can't get out of it. Anyway, that aside, then it also mentions the World Wide Web of significance, right? So all this relationality stuff that we've talked about before. Yeah. And also somewhat connected to this paradox as well, I do think that this is also connected to some, obviously I'm making a bunch of oversimplifications here, but I also think that this is very much connected with this, at least in Christianity, with this notion of that, that Christ is always these like two things into one. That number one, that man himself is these two things in one, right? It's kind of like part of the worlds, but also part divine, right? Like we have reason, we have logos, we have the divine logos, but at the same time, we're part of creation. So it's this notion of the infinite and the finite together, kind of the intelligent and the inert, the soul and the body. And again, this is kind of connected to this as well. It's kind of like there's this special thing which is distinct, but also not really. It exists within the lower level. Anyway, that's enough. So 22.1 and .2. Okay, I can read the next paragraph as well. Just before I do that, I'll just track here on my notes. So the next paragraph is, one could argue that being is not a thing, an entity. If it's not an entity, it does not exist, and if it does not exist, it cannot be known. If it cannot be known, any inquiry about its meaning is at best poetic and at worst meaningless. Heidegger disagrees with this line of thinking because he's not striving to know being, but to discover the meaning of being, as it expresses itself through mankind's way of being. He further justifies the relevance of questioning the meaning of being by pointing out the fact that most humans can and actually do wonder about the source and significance of the universe and their own life. The occasional feeling of the utter meaningless of life, which almost everyone has experienced, is itself proof that the meaning of being is under question. So Heidegger's inquiry into the meaning of being is already relevant here and active in us. We intuitively recognize it as a genuine question, even though we might regard it as unanswerable. So Heidegger's question is neither pointless nor philosophically irrelevant. So this is actually tricky because there's all these related questions that are different but related, and sometimes it feels like Heidegger wants to connect sometimes, but then not other times. So there's kind of like knowing being, and then the meaning of being, and then the meaning and significance of their own life. And to me, those are kind of like all overlapping, but also not really. And I would say the meaning of being is Heidegger's central question. But there's also these other things, right? And I also need to be careful because sometimes when I'm reading and interpreting Heidegger, a lot of times, without me knowing or without me realizing, I might switch the pole slightly and go into these tangential questions, which to some degree is bad, but also to some degree is because I feel like that's the best way to make sense of whatever is being said. So something to keep in mind. All right, let's move on. So this is 22.2. Oh, it continues? Okay, so I definitely have to make a notes for myself, which is the way that I'm tracking this here. It means that the first paragraph of the page, I'm counting the paragraph even if it continues from the previous page. Because again, this note-taking system is old for me, so I kind of forgot the rules that I had for myself. But based on what I'm reading here, I think this is the case. All right, so let's move on. Now, 23, paragraph 3. So 1, 2, 3. I actually don't know if this is the case about the notes, but whatever. But there's an interesting piece here, regardless if that I don't think we spoke about yet. There's an interesting piece here, which I'll quote. However, this new approach to thinking Heidegger was. However, for this new approach to thinking, Heidegger was convinced that a specialized linguistic style and vocabulary were essential. He considered it language in general worn out from overuse, with its words emptied out of meaning and incapable of addressing existence adequately. His intention, therefore, was to develop a vocabulary and style of expression that would attune the language of his philosophy to the nature of being. So this is also very important. So like Heidegger is very difficult. Right now it's been difficult because the concepts themselves are abstract at times, very abstract. But at least the writing itself isn't very abstract because we're reading mostly introductions and not primary literature from Heidegger himself. But once we get into that, then it will get pretty tricky. But again, the reason why is because of what we just said, right? Like he was trying to get you to think differently where if you use normal language, you would bring a lot of baggage of what you think those words mean. So by forcing you to talk and read differently, it kind of automatically puts you in this position of being open to different meanings, right? Being open to a different way of looking at the world. And again, very connected to this notion of familiarity, right? Again, this analogy and this metaphor of the glasses, for example. That which is the most close to you is that which you can't um, realize that you're seeing through. So language is one example of that, right? To a very large degree, right? Because I'm expressing myself through language now. You're listening through language. Although obviously there's another element here at play, which is also obviously Heidegger was also playing a little bit into this game of prestige and being considered this like overwhelmingly out of this world philosopher that was completely reinventing philosophy, right? So obviously there's also a little bit of the typical philosophical ego into it, but that absolutely needs to be recognized. But I also think that a lot of people try to reduce Heidegger's methodology only to this ego play, and I think that's massively misrepresenting his whole project, and it's very dangerous, and it will make you not understand Heidegger, in my opinion. All right, so 23, the 20, 23, okay. So now next page is 24, paragraph 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. To understand this relation better, one should compare being with light and beings with vision. Light is the necessary precondition for seeing things. Without light, human vision would be impossible. Similarly, being is the necessary precondition for beings to exist. Without being, without the basic fact of existence in the first place, no human or any other entity could exist. For being is that which determines entities as entities, that on which the basis of which entities are already understood. The being of entities is not itself an entity. Also, light itself cannot be seen, only objects that are visible as a result of the light. Similarly, being cannot actually be seen. Only the beings that exist as a consequence of being. Heidegger uses the adjective ontological to describe any information, any statements, remarks, or observations pertaining to being. However, the major difficulty that is facing ontology, philosophy of being, is that since being is not an entity or thing, it does not have any measurable properties or characteristics. You cannot see, hear, or taste it. So the process of thinking about it and understanding it is very difficult from the straightforward observation, measurement, and classification that are used to comprehend beings. Heidegger calls this dissimilarity between being and beings an ontological difference. Heidegger also sometimes distinguishes being from what being, which is sane and was sane. So being, what being. And what he means here, this is kind of tricky language, but it's more like being is existence itself, and then what being, that being, is kind of like this particular being. The issue though is that like the way that this is phrased here, and a lot of times the way that Heidegger speaks about it is, again, being is this, it is the being of beings, it's the supreme being, right? It's the maximum, right? It's the highest, or also at the very time the very lowest, right? It's the bedrock of reality. It's being as such. The problem though is that I think a lot of times Heidegger also either connects himself, or at least it makes sense to connect the being, like overall being, with beings themselves, insofar as that the being, that specific being is altered by your conceptualizations of being. And again, what I'm trying to say here is it's this notion of that we are constructors of reality in some sense, right? Think about the weed example that I gave previously, right? But again, it's not like this is completely subjective, right? This is not some completely idealistic argument that I'm trying to make here, right? It's a bit, again, it's this mix, right? It's this paradox. It's both things at once. So yeah, this relationship between the two, I think sometimes is tricky. But generally speaking, the easiest way to think about it, the most straightforward way to think about it, is always to just think about being in general. That's what Heidegger is concerned about. Almost always, where he mentions specific beings, it's just as an example of negation of what supreme being is not. Right? It's to make the ontological distinction. All right. What else? 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Wait, I didn't make my notes here. And there's also this here. Wait, it's not this one. Sorry. Need to track this as well. Um, okay. Heidegger also makes the seemingly paradoxical statement that dasein is ontologically closest to itself and ontologically furthest. He's indicating that although dasein is, in terms of physical distance and familiarity with itself, closer to itself than it is with any other entity, dasein's capacity to understand its own being is further from dasein's reach than its capacity to comprehend the being of other entities. This is because that which is closest, most familiar, and ordinary is also which is the hardest to comprehend. Nietzsche encapsulates this effectively. What is familiar is what we're used to, and what we are used to is the most difficult to know. I actually didn't know that Nietzsche had this quote. That's actually cool to say. If I might reference this at some point. So let me track down that Nietzsche quote. All right. Then he continues. Although Dasein's being is nearest to Dasein, in the sense that it is the very basis of his life on this planet, simultaneously, it is the furthest from him because it is not a being or entity to which he can relate directly. Being is further than all beings, and yet it is nearer to man than every being. Be a rock, a beast, a work of art, a machine, be it an angel or gods, being is the nearest. Yet the near remain the furthest from man. And this is a direct quotation from Letter on Humanism. I want to save this quote as well. Just taking random screenshots. Not screenshots, photos, sorry. Yeah, not much commentary here. It's cool to read, especially direct quotations from Heidegger himself and this Nietzsche bit, but not worth it to give much commentary because we talked about this for a bit already. All right. Now, I just need to drink some water. I'm already feeling my throat being very crappy. I have no idea how long it has been. Maybe I'll try to go for like an hour and a half or something. All right.
Where was I? Here, page 26.1. I'll make a little note. Cool. All right. Since being is invisible, hidden in the being or things that it brings into existence, it cannot reveal itself outside the beings that it inhabits. So Heidegger approaches the question of being by investigating the being of beings. He believes that when any animate or inanimate entity is penetrated deeply by ontological thought, it has the potential to become what he calls a clearing, through which being reveals itself. To further illustrate the distinction between ontic and ontological investigation, and again, ontic is this notion of objects, right? Of specific beings that are not, that again is not being itself. Lost myself. Where was it? Oh, we can look at how each would approach the examination of a piece of rock. A non-tech science, such as geology, will study the material composition and history of the rock, whereas ontology will attempt to think the being of the rock. It will try to understand that which enables us to encounter the rock as a rock and the way in which this manifests itself in the rock. All right. This is the whole problem that I was fucking talking about, which is this notion, this problematic link between Heidegger having this, the being of being itself, existence itself. It's like raw, the very highest, the very lowest. But then at the same time, having that as a complete pure contrast to talking about beings. But then you can still consider the being, you can still consider the supreme being in ontic beings. And how do you do that? It says right here, right? It will try to understand that which enables us to encounter the rock as a rock. So again, it's this notion of categorization, right? And when I say categorization sounds so simple, right? It sounds banal, but it's actually how the world is constructed, right? It's how you form concepts. Concepts shape everything. Like even outside language, animals have very primordial concepts, right? You're splicing up the world in a certain way. And what happens when you splice up the world in a particular way is that you slice up sections of being, let's say, and therefore they manifest to you in a particular way. Once again, that which enables us to encounter the rock as a rock and the way in which manifests itself in the rock. And again, the way that I like to think about it is, okay, this particular configuration occurs, right? And so you can appreciate and contemplate that, but then also you can go deeper, right? Which is like not only how the being manifests in the rock, but also like that also necessarily invites the question of like, how does being occur, right? Because fuck the because the rock has a particular ontological configuration, but also there is how do I say this, like an ontological standard that made the rock exist in this ontological sense that we're talking about, not materially, obviously, right? So there's this meaning that is applied to the particular, right? There's the union of the multiplicity, right? So there's the atoms of the stone, whatever the hell rocks are made out of. I'm not not a geologist. It might be, I don't know, some mineral or whatever, or stone. I literally have no idea how these things work. But the point is, they're all separate individual things, right? But a rock is you're pulling meaning out of all that multiplicity into one thing. So number one, that makes that being, but also this very mechanism is the ultimate being. Right? It's how being is formed. Then continuing the quote. In other words, ontology tries to experience and understand being by immersing itself in the there-ness or beingness of an entity. When this ontological thought achieves the required penetrative intensity, the being or entity then becomes a clearing or open space in which the true nature of being will spontaneously reveal itself. Yes, in my interpretation, this is exactly what I was trying to say. Thus, Heidegger asserts the being of the entity is found only in the encounter and not in some concealed dimension beyond our direct experience. Yes. And I would say, it's not some concealed dimension beyond our direct experience because the direct experience is being itself. And again, I'm trying to be careful to try to not fit Heidegger into, I don't know, where my mind usually leans into this categorization element. And so maybe as I review the notes, maybe as I think this through, maybe some nuance will start to appear, but this seems the most straightforward to me. Then this paragraph continues. Although being characterizes absolutely every entity, Heidegger concludes that we should begin by first investigating our own way of being, the way in which being expresses itself through us. Yes, and we've talked about this already, right? She's like, this is where we're starting from, therefore, start there, right? That makes sense to me. And again, this other argument that I made as well, of the fact that you can access this particular type of being seems to look the deepest into being, therefore, that gives it some epistemological weight, I would say. Then continuing, Heidegger chooses as the logical starting point of his inquiry because he observed that we have a uniquely privileged relationship to being. There you go. Of all entities in existence, organic and inorganic, only humans can ask and seek to understand being. We alone can ask, what is being? So being is very much an issue for us. And again, why can humans do this? Because of this nature of this recursive nature of thought, where we can have metacognition, right? And you can step back out of things, right? And again, this stepping back is very much connected with possibility, right? You have a certain schema that you're looking at the world, but maybe that schema is wrong, right? So you can kind of like, it's this notion that you always perceive the world through, through specific instantiations of intelligibility, even though this is kind of a stupid way to phrase it, but also the recognition that you can change that can be changed. Right? It doesn't mean that it's wrong all the time, although it kind of is a little bit by definition, in the sense that it's a model of reality, not reality itself, but in the sense that at least you're aware of that, and you can kind of like snap out of it. Now, animals do that a little bit, but it's very minimal. Like, it's very instinctual, right? Like, an animal might think something and then realize that its assumption was wrong, right? But it's not. But it's kind of like it's a much more automated thing. Like, it's more like, it's more like you are walking, right, on some, I don't know, on some rocks through, a body of water, let's say, like relatively shallow, right? Like, you're just going over a small pond or whatever, where there's some rocks, right? And then the rock shifts under you, right? So it's kind of like, so you are aware of the change and that something isn't adding up, and then you adjust accordingly. right? But it's not like this very cognitive thing like it is for human beings. And precisely because of this capacity, again, it's why we are privileged in this whole thing, right? Which is like we alone can ask what is being. So being is very much an issue for us, right? Only humans can ask this question. All right. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to continue here, although I do need to track this. And this was very well put. Also, I want to again take a screenshot of some of these quotes, which are pretty nice. It's nice when they quote this type of stuff directly from the primary sources, specifically from my PhD, because a lot of times I do want to reference Heidegger, and I know he said these things, but a lot of times it's not. Well, now with AI, it's a bit easier to keep track of all my notes and stuff, which is what I'm doing now. But nevertheless, it's just nice when I have the direct quotation and I have the entire reference. It's like I don't need to find it; like they found it for me. All right, 26. 26.1. Now 28 at the bottom. Heidegger did acknowledge that such a thing as truth exists, and he viewed some interpretation of it, including his own, as better than others. So again, it's this notion that I've been talking about, this mix, right? It's not purely subjective, but it's not purely objective either, right? You're always in the middle. He stated his opinion, however, that there is no final explanation. Because again, these are only models, right? Reality is beyond models. Perceptions of truth are only relevant to the time and context in which they arise, and he was very much against the idea that there existed ultimate universal truths that are independent of space and time. This is my whole issue with Heidegger, which is, I mean, in some degree, it's not like an attack on Heidegger as if I have a solution, but this is, I think, a major philosophical problem, which is, okay, there's this perspective, or rather, there's this issue of perspective, but then there's also truth, right? He doesn't want to be purely subjective. Okay, sure, fine. But then that truth does exist. But then he says, perceptions of truth are only, well, he doesn't say it, but they're paraphrasing his views. Perceptions of truth are only relevant to the time and context which they arise. And he was very much against the idea of existing an ultimate universal truth that are independent of time and place. Okay, but to some degree, that is what we mean by truth, right? At least part of it, right? Truth is that which doesn't vary, which is, again, that's why we have this entire Platonic legacy, right? They realize this, right? Truth is that which is eternal, right? So mathematic equations and laws, they never change, right? That's why they feel so true. Like there's no perspective that you can take that, oh, now this is wrong. Obviously, even within logic of mathematics and philosophy of mathematics, this gets a bit complicated, but generally speaking, this is true. And this is why I struggle so much with this, that I think a Platonic worldview just rings true in so many ways. But at the same time, Heidegger is kind of true, right? Which is like, you're always embodied, you're always in a historical context, right? There's always a finitude to your knowledge. But again, it's kind of weird because like this also relates a little bit to this notion of authenticity, right? Which is like you have the fall, right? Which is like you lose yourself to something external. But also that doesn't mean that. But in the external, it is a separate question if the external is true or not, right? You can authentically choose that which is outside. if that is closer to reality, right? So again, the easiest way, this applies to a lot of things, but the easiest way to think about this tradition, right? So for example, you know, you're growing up, right, and your parents say, I don't know, um, that's this food is the best. This is the stupid example, but that this food is the best because this is what everyone likes here, right? And no one likes this other stuff, right? That's the country nearby us, which are all stupid, and no one does this, right? The typical European kind of thing. And so, as you're growing up, right, you have this pressure to conform to that which everyone else is doing, to that which everyone else thinks. But at the same time, doesn't mean that they're wrong, right? They can also say, uh, it's also part of the day consensus that, for example, not everything about life is about money, right? There's more to life than money, right? That's something that you receive. It's an external, and that you kind of absorb as you're growing up. That doesn't mean it's true. Sorry, that doesn't mean that it's not true, right? And so you can authentically, make incorporate that into your being, and it's okay. It's not bad just because it's external. But again, in order to have this whole thing work, you do need to make these judgments of difference, right? It's kind of like, oh, they're just prejudices against, they have a prejudice against, this type of gastronomy or whatever for these historical reasons or political reasons, wherever the hell it might be, right? That is stupid. I'm going to reject that. But then there's other stuff that I'm going to embrace because I recognize that they're touching on something real. All right, let's keep going. I need to maybe try to avoid the mistake of trying to resolve my own contradictions or contradictions within certain philosophical perspectives, every time I touch the topic, because like that will be very slow and very inefficient. So maybe just an internal note for me to not, to not overthink it, because I'll have, because again, every subject that I'll ever come up with, that I'll ever read, will come up many, many times across many different kinds of books. Continuing the paragraph, I never finished it. In reference to this, Heidegger claimed, I have no philosophy at all, because for him, philosophy was not something one has, like a theory or set of principles, but the untiring, passionate commitment to a question. He strongly believed that the primary objective of his work was not to provide answers to the question of being, but to stimulate us in a keen awareness of the question. This potentiality can make us receptive to the experiencing, to the full force of its incredible mystery. Heidegger is noted for offering convincing, reliable final answers. Sorry, maybe I think I missed this up. Heidegger is not noted for offering convincing, reliable final answers, but his ceaseless questioning. My God, sorry, I can't read today. Now, and then there's a quote, which I'll read in a little bit. But the issue here that I have a struggle with is, so obviously there's a very straightforward interpretation that's very reasonable of this, which is, again, you always want to be open. Like you don't want to close reality up. So sure, there is no ultimate truth. Or we can go in this direction of no ultimate truth. Always ask the question. But then the problem is, I think, is that there's some aspects of life where you do want to do that, right? That you have an intuition that is true. So for example, I have a bunch of competing traditions on best ways to live, right? And I try to be open, right? Like any reasonable person. I want to be open-minded. I don't want to, yeah, I want to close the possibility. But at the same time, there's certain times where you hit something that feels, this is true. And to some degree, you can claim, okay, you can have that feeling, you can have that intuition without claiming that it's ultimately true. Sure. But then I think the problem with that is that sometimes I feel like we have this sense where it does feel like it's ultimately true because I'm not willing to compromise. Like, I'm not willing to imagine a different set of circumstances, a different set of, how does he phrase it here? A different set of, different sets of circumstances in terms of time and place, right? As it is put here, where that would not be true. And therefore, that seems a pretty good candidate to ultimate truth, does it not? And the most straightforward way of thinking about this is moral realism, right? Which is like, I have certain moral intuitions. Like, for example, I don't know, at the bare minimum, to try to encompass as many frameworks as possible. At least probably the most uncontroversial framework would be, the bare minimum, something like unnecessary suffering is bad, right? And it's pretty hard to go against that. Obviously, moral relativists will raise some issues with that, but in my opinion, we can just ignore them because that's stupid as fuck. Like, you're ignoring the very basis of what it means to be human, and you're just intellectualizing away what you know from the deepest level of your being, of what truth even means. So I have these intuitions, right? Now, would now I be willing to say, actually, the avoidance of unnecessary suffering is not an ultimate truth. It is variance based on time and the context which they arise, right? Maybe in some other different time, in some other different place, this will change. Like, no, I'm not going to say that, right? I'm not going to say that because I feel it to the very core of my being that this is capital T truth. There's no perspective that's going to change this. And the very fact of you, this very point of trying to be open, of always having the question, obviously there is a very worthwhile philosophical and existential reason to be that way. Obviously, we've talked a lot about it, and I'm not denying that. But there's also a danger, right? Which is like, the way to think about it is that you're moving in the world kind of blindfolded, right? So you have no idea what the world is like. But sometimes you stumble into things, right? And you kind of, oh, I vaguely think that this is this particular thing, right? It's kind of, oh, there's a wall here, right? Or whatever it may be. And so you're slowly building this model of the world. But that model might be wrong, right? Sometimes you'll find something else that makes you revise, right? Therefore, you always need to have this notion of, like, openness, right? But sometimes you will find that there's certain features of the world that you have to take for granted. Like, for example, maybe it's kind of a stupid example. I kind of got myself into a mess here, but if you try to loosely follow my train of thought with the analogy, even though it's so imperfect, okay, maybe the world changes. Like, you're blind, right? So, like, you hit things, but like some of these objects might not be permanent features of the world, right? So you don't want to make ultimate claims about, I don't know, there's a tree here, right? And this tree will be here forever. It's like, well, maybe tomorrow there's going to come a beaver and knock the tree down, right? So you assumed a specific answer to that question. You assume what reality was, and then you pay the price. That's what Heidegger is trying to avoid, right? But there's some other issues where maybe that doesn't happen, right? Maybe considering gravity has a feature of the world is an ultimate truth. Now, obviously, you can also make the argument, oh, there's no gravity in space, blah, blah. Okay, sure. But if you want, okay, at least within the context that he's embedded in, which might be, you know, which is like 99.999% of human experience, that is an unpassable truth, right? And again, it's not even just a matter of probability, right? You can even say, to some degree, you can even argue that the probability is 100%. It's also an issue of context, right? It's just that there's certain extra nuances in the claim that make the claim valid that you're just not willing to spell out, right? Which is like, okay, gravity is a permanent feature of the world, but what I mean by world is the context in which I'm embedded in, which means that I'm walking on Earth at, kind of a reasonable, distance from the center of the Earth, blah, blah, blah. So this is the whole issue, right? Just like, okay, you have to always be open, but sometimes you'll have intuitions of like, this is actually a feature of the world that I'm not compromise on. And your willingness to keep that permanently open undermines that realization of that which is the most real. Again, I'm not following my own advice of trying to unpack all this. So let's just keep going. Right. Then there's a question. Then there's a quote here directly from Heidegger. Celebration is self-restraint, is attentiveness, is questioning, is meditating, is awaiting. It is the step over into the more wakeful glimpse of the wonder that a world is whirling around us, that there are beings rather than nothing, that things are and we ourselves are in their midst, that we ourselves are and yet barely know who we are and barely know we do not know all this. I'm not sure if I understand the beginning of the code. Celebration, self-restraint. Where is celebration coming from? I find no way of connecting this to celebration whatsoever. I do think celebration is super important, and actually something that I'll probably talk about eventually, but like, no idea where the fuck why this is here. Self-restraint, also don't quite understand. Attentiveness, yes. Questioning, yes. Meditating, yes. Awaiting, yes. Yeah, and then the whole issue of wonder, whatever. We spoke this a lot already. All right, let me just make a note of this paragraph. Okay. So, this is 28. Now I have 31. $31. Okay. I'm just gonna read some water. Just gonna drink some water because again my throat is killing me a little bit. All right. However, Heidegger offers a strong case for doubting this conclusion, since, as mentioned previously, the fact that one can actually talk about the nothing or even reject it demonstrates that we already have some understanding of it. If the nothing itself to be questioned as we have been questioning, then it must be given beforehand. We must be able to encounter it. Now, this whole notion of nothing is actually pretty interesting, and I I don't remember exactly how Heidegger goes with this fully. My mind's a bit blurry. It's been a while since I've read Heidegger. Um, well, I'm reading Heidegger now, but kind of like reading a full book in one go. Um, but something that comes to mind right away in terms of this nothing is that, again, I think Heidegger rejects this to some degree, but we'll have to see how he unpacks it and how exactly why does he reject it. But to me, one of the things about nothing is that I think nothing has very much to do with non-being, with something non-existing. And this non-existence has very much to do with the flexibility of being, right? For something to change, it is kind of related to this notion of rearranging, right? And the rearrangement is somehow connected to this notion of not this but that, right? So like it's a negation. Now Heidegger, if I remember correctly, he does try to get us out of this mode of thinking, right? It's not just negation, right? It's like this notion of nothing has, I don't know, again, has this mystical thing, right? So he keeps saying, no, it's not negation. And I kind of get it, but there's something here, especially because I think this notion of the nothing. I mean, maybe I'm over. I think I'm overstretching it here, but whatever. I'll say it anyway, just because it came to mind. Um, to me personally, this is also very much connected to imagination, right? Which is the imagination is that when you imagine something, to some degree, is always going beyond, right? And beyond what? Kind of beyond actuality, right? So again, it's this notion of you're creating this different reality inside of your mind, but what does that reality correspond to? Corresponds to nothing, right? It's just pure thought outside actuality. But at the same time, that imagination is that which produces the actuality, right? At least in human beings, right? Again, this is why human beings are this core of being, because we have this possibility of doing something different, doing the question, stepping back, all this kind of reflexive, recursive, metacognitive approach to the world and how we conduct ourselves. And so I think this is a core feature of reality and of human cognition, if you want to put it, less mystically. And I think these are all related, right? The nothing, the non-being, the imagination. I think they're all loosely tied together at the bare minimum. Now he continues, if the nothing itself is to be questioned as we have been questioning it, then it must be given beforehand. We must be able to encounter it. It should be noted that Heidegger by no means rejects logic of rationality or rationality. Logic and the logical are simply not the ways to define thinking without further ado, as if nothing else were possible. But he emphasizes that there are other legitimate ways, legitimate modes of experiencing and understanding being and beings that have been fundamentally ignored or discredited throughout history for philosophy, as subjective distortions that merely obscure our understanding of reality. Traditionally, philosophers have regarded emotion and reason as separate and distinct faculties and have endeavored to prevent the former from contaminating the latter. Contaminating. Sorry. Throughout the centuries, philosophy has relied exclusively on reason. Heidegger, however, regards our understanding of the world arising from a holistic fusion of both these aspects of our mode of being. This is also very important. And again, this is like Heidegger just like it's just so special because you can trace the lineage of cutting edge contemporary cognitive science all the way to this, right? It's like this type of like abstract reasoning that is completely divorced from from embodied human experience and emotion. That just does not exist. Like, that's just scientifically not true, right? And that was unknown at the time. I mean, obviously there's always hints based on human experience or whatever, but like, it wasn't like science, like settled science as it is now, right? But Heidegger was doing a lot of this work, like through pure thought or pure intuition, let's call it, right? Now, obviously, it's not like he's completely original, right? That he's the first person to ever think in this line of thinking, but nevertheless, he made a significant contribution, and kind of he systematized all of this into like a fairly coherent body of work that presented these views forth. All right, that's this one note. Just need to track this now. Now 32 top. All right, so another passage about the nothing. Heidegger claims that the nothing is constantly in the background of our existence, but in our everydayness, we tend to lose ourselves in beings and fail to attend that which lets them be, to the empty horizon of the world, the background of nothing, against which every being presents itself has not nothing, that is, has something. For every physical entity has emerged out of nothing, is surrounded by nothing, and will eventually return to nothing. Moreover, physicists have discovered the apparent solidity of matter is merely an illusion, since inside every physical body there's far more nothing than something, so-called solid matter. Even our physical body is nearly 100% empty space, owing to the vast distances between the atoms in comparison to their size. Furthermore, the insides of atoms consist mostly of empty space, or nothing. Thus, matter is not really solid at all. This fact was expressed more than 2,500 years ago by Buddhists who regarded form as emptiness and emptiness as form. Thus, the essence of all things is emptiness or nothingness, and yet everybody pays attention to the things while ignoring their essence, the space or nothingness in them and surrounding them. Okay. Now, first of all, I do want also to keep track of this reference of form has emptiness and emptiness has form, because that's something that we'll have to reference eventually. So that's good to keep track of. Now, in terms of this nothingness talk, in terms of the background of existence, yes. The fact that we fail to pay attention to it, yes. But again, the way that it makes more sense to me is because this is the space out of that which things arise. Because in order, it's kind of like, maybe one way to think about it is that change involves destruction, right? And destruction is the return to the nothing. So I think that's why there's this association between the nothingness and possibility itself. But then these analogies to physics, I don't like as much. Because I don't think it applies, at least with this kind of direction that I'm doing, right? About possibility. Like the fact that the fact that my body is mostly empty space, that's just, like, I'm not a physicist, so I can't quite give a proper explanation, but my understanding is that this has nothing to do with possibility. It's just a feature of the world for who knows why. About, this is how physics works, right? But it's not because it has something to do with the possibility of something changing in reality, right? So, for example, if we conceptualize a different universe where it happens that, for example, let's say that this universe is 99% empty space, let's say, the average of atomic space, let's say, and then let's say that everything scales according to that. So let's just make this basic generalization: 99% is empty space, right? And that's our world, let's say, even though it's more than that, but for the sake of argument. Now let's say universe B, alternative universe. Instead of being 99%, it's only 20% for whatever reason, right? The laws of physics are arranged differently. Would that change anything in terms of what I'm talking about here, about the possibility, about how this affects configurations of being? I don't think so. So I don't think, I think this line of argument isn't good. What maybe it is good for is that maybe you could use this line of reasoning in the sense of attention, right? Which is like in the sense of like it can be deceptive, right? Which is like you think that you're mostly solid, but actually you're not. Right? Actually, there's a big nothing here. So it might be an argument not so of similarity or necessity, but in the sense um, of visibility, something like that. And then he says, however, certain conditions can change this. The mood of deep anxiety, angst, and despair, which affects numerous people at times for no apparent reason, is caused by a sudden perception of the nothing that may or may not have occurred at the conscious level of awareness. Anxiety reveals the nothing. And that's anxiety reveals the nothing is the direct quote from What is Metaphysics, which I also want to track. This creates a sense of emptiness and insignificance. All beings appear to be threatened by the nothing, which makes it everything seems nonsense. So this jump to this like existential angst, in my opinion, is quite interesting. And in my opinion, this notion of possibility and change is how to make sense of it, right? Because to some degree, because like there's this notion of like the configurability of reality, let's say, which is kind of like what I've been trying to get at. But then, okay, maybe let me phrase this differently. So what I'm trying to get at is how do we make this jump from ontology to an existential concern? And I think the reason why is because the existential concern is a direct consequence of that feature of intelligibility, that change, right? That permanent possibility, because that permanent possibility makes it feel like nothing is real, right? Because again, this notion of, if it's real, it doesn't change, right? So like if everything is malleable, then again, this is why he says makes everything seem nonsense, right? It's like it can be anything, right? So if it can be anything, it's not anything. Right? It's not any particular thing. Therefore, it's kind of like you get into this nihilistic voids of non-existence, of non-being. And the reason why this connects to like a very concrete human level experience in terms of moods is because, again, we have this reflective capacity, and this is the whole existential movement, and like Sartre played a lot with this and stuff like that, Camus as well. So it's this notion of like, now, number one, now you're overwhelmed because it's like there's all these possibilities. So it's like, what should I pick, and like why is one any better than others? Like it's like whatever. And also it undermines their reality, as I mentioned before. Okay, that's good enough for now. But yeah, this is interesting. It's good that we made this connection to an existential aspect of it, which Heidegger also talks a lot about, which we'll get into later. All right, so how many notes do I have here? I have 2 notes on this page. Okay. So that was page 32. Now page 36. Paragraph 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck, this is confusing because now the way that this is done here, it seems to imply that I'm not counting a paragraph that continues from the first page has the first paragraph. And this is a bit hard to explain what I mean. So my apologies if there's anyone watching at all and I'm just speaking gibberish. But it's just that I need to keep track of what paragraph I was referring to when I wrote this a bazillion years ago. All right. Either way, I'll just, well, it doesn't hurt to read an extra paragraph as well. So I'll do that. So, furthermore, or further, Heidegger claims that any benefit that suggests that nihilism is the consequence of lost values and that the solution to it lies in reviving these lost values or choosing new ones is merely another sign of nihilism. For he suggests that our current loss of meaning is the inevitable outcome of our having had values in the first place. That treating our deepest concerns as values is the essence of nihilism. What? What does that mean? I mean, I know what it means, but that makes no sense. Ooh, there's something about Nietzsche here, a little bit further up. Okay, I actually want to read this connection that they're making to Nietzsche. Maybe that helps. Maybe that helps understand what's going on. So, page 36. Okay. All right. Heidegger saw the validity of Nietzsche's fears already clearly reflected in a modern world that no longer solicits the high level of shared social interest and commitment that used to be. Gods, thinkers, poets, history, and even politicians and the clergy have lost their authority and are no longer respected. As a result, people tend to retreat into private experiences and so feel more lonely and isolated. To counter this, Nietzsche strove to show that Nietzsche strove to show that God or bust, that is, faith or despair, is a dangerous false dichotomy. He also emphasized the merely provisional character of all knowing. There exists no absolute knowledge that transcends all perspectives, and thus ultimately no conception of truth and knowledge of ourselves and our worlds that is absolute and certain. So once again, it's this strands of perspectivism, right? Of this undermining of 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 Platonic truth, of like actually there is this final thing that you have access to, right? So historically, people started to doubt this, right? So Nietzsche's like, no, there's only interpretation, right? And then Heidegger doesn't quite fully embrace it, but he's very much navigating in these waters at the very least. Now, continuing. Deeply concerned with the question of what kinds of values in life will remain or become available to us after the death of God, he embarked on a radical reevaluation of values, of all values, when he wrote, "Thus spoke Zarathustra." He proclaimed a vision of superabundant human life and possibility, which offered value and meaning to overcome nihilistic thinking and its corresponding pessimism. Nietzsche, unlike Heidegger, saw in the death of God potential liberation for humankind, for he predicted a new cultural era he called positive nihilism, in which free spirits, famously his Übermensch, would create their own values. Now, again, I think this is the problem that I was talking about before of this notion of not ultimate truth, which is like, there's lots of problems with it. Like, I really don't like Nietzsche, generally speaking, so I don't even know where to start with this. But like this reinvention of values is, I just don't like that for a lot of reasons. First of all, I don't think you really can invent new values in the sense that Nietzsche is truly speaking, and to some degree because again, It has to do with this notion of embodiment, right? Like this meaning that you live in the world that arises out of your constitution as a human being, as an embodied creature, and the world. And some of those features, a lot of those features are constant, right? So this is not some abstract land where you can just make whatever the fuck you want, right? That's just not how it works. That's not the world we live in. And also, a lot of the values are very rooted into your very being, right? Probably because of the previous point, but just a different way of putting it. And again, it's also this notion of like, okay, if you're gonna reinvent everything, like if it's all a possibility, if you can pick whatever you want, then it's like, how are you picking? Okay, because some are better than others. Okay, sure. Why are they better than others? But because they're more true. Oh, okay, right. So you can see how this gets tricky. So, and again, he kind of had this sort of like potential liberation for mankind. It's again it's this revolutionary thinking, right? It's very much this just like, yeah, it's this hermeneutics of suspicion, right? And it's just like all we just need to do is just pull the rug, right, and then everything will be okay. And it's like, and this is what Heidegger, to some degree, I mean, Heidegger has similar problems, but you can see that at some point he also recognizes that this is overly simplistic, right? So, for example, again, this notion of authenticity, right? It's kind of you like you're just following along what everyone else does, right? And a lot of times, if you just lose yourself that way, then you'll do and think a lot of stupid shit. But that doesn't mean that what came before is wrong, right? Sometimes it's wrong, sometimes it's true, right? The authenticity comes from analyzing on its own right. Anyway, now continuing. Nietzsche was attempting to overcome nihilism with new values, which, since heaven no longer exists, had to be derived from mortal beings. Nietzsche, argued Heidegger, simply created new metaphysics, which understands all living things as ruled by a fundamental force or biological instinct that Nietzsche called the will to power. For this power, for its own sake, with no external goal, but which itself becomes the highest value, treating and sustaining all values. Nietzsche suggested that life is to be comprehended and justified solely in terms of this fundamental characteristic or force. For Nietzsche, the will to power is the ultimate factum to which we come. I don't want to get into this because this is so fucking stupid. Like, I think Nietzsche was so detrimental to philosophy and culture in many ways. Anyway, whatever. I'm sorry if you like Nietzsche. I'm being too opinionated. All right. Anyway, continues. Wait, what paragraph did I want from here? Page 36. Oh, it's okay. It's this entire page. Okay. With will to power the only fundamental value, and humans no longer led by any gods, transcendent ideas, ideals, or values, the Übermensch embodies the highest expression of this power or life force. The Übermensch is to transcend ordinary humanity of the present as much as humans have transcended apes. The Übermensch would be capable of self-overcoming, independence, and creativity that would elevate him above the level of ordinary men. Nietzsche hoped that he would bring about an enriched, creative, cultural life that would eventually transform civilization into a higher humanity. Thus he saw as the highest value for mankind the attainment of a way of life in which the will to power, raised to its high levels of intensity and qualitative expression, would creatively enhance and transform existence. The enhancement of life and creativity because the guiding ideas behind his reevaluation of values. Oh, sorry, I think I messed it up. Sorry. The enhancement of life and creativity became the guiding ideas behind his reevaluation of values. According to Heidegger, however, the goal of such powers is merely aimlessness of man, unconditional mastery over the earth. The man of this mastery is the Superman. Heidegger asserts that Nietzsche's approach strengthens nihilism instead of overcoming it, for in Nietzsche's way of thinking, man is made in the unconditional center and the unique measure of beings as a whole. And thus Nietzsche identifies Descartes' man-centered metaphysics and also strengthens the grip of modern technology. Further, the belief that we create value through willed acts of valuing feeds nihilism by ignoring the deep meaningful we still find around us. Yes, right? So this is the issue. It's like, because this is very connected to this notion of the real, right? Which is like, okay, if everything can be reevaluated, right, that means that you're the sole master of being, right? But then this is the issue. It's like your categorization affects affects being, right? As we talked about a lot, right? But it's not purely subjective, right? Like some categories don't work, right? So it's again this mix of the subject and the object, right? It's in between. Because what it does is like, because what Nietzsche is trying to do is like, we can do anything, right? Pure possibility. Okay, but if it's pure possibility, it doesn't have to be anchored into anything. What is this anchoring? It is reality. It is the real, right? It has to match, correspond. And the reason why I like Heidegger so much, one of the main reasons, is precisely because it's this notion of you don't create meaning. Like, on one hand, yes, you do create meaning, right? Because it's this whole notion of categorizing that I talked about, right? And that determines how the world shows up to you, and that is being, right? Obviously, we have to remember the importance of phenomenology into all of this. So in that sense, yes, but it's not arbitrary, because there is such a thing as truth, right? If you do make the wrong configuration, you will hit a wall on the world, right? The world will scream at you, this doesn't work. And why? Because you're embodied. You're embodied in a world that has a reality outside of your own. And so it can't just be everything in your head, right? It is in your head and it is the outside world at the same time. Continuing. Further, Heidegger claims that any benefit that suggests that nihilism is the consequence of lost values and that the solution to it lies in reviving these lost values or choosing new ones is merely another sign of nihilism. Yes, I would agree with that. And I think one of the reasons is because what Heidegger is trying to show you is that, like, meaning is part of reality already. Like, it shows up to you, right? It's not this like made up shit. It's just a feature of human experience. Now you can try to subjectivize that, but again, you're abstracting out. And why you're abstracting the most real thing you have, which is your embodied experience. Like that is reality, right? And so by these like narrative of choosing new values, it's kind of like you're undermining the outside world. Then he says, for he suggests that our current loss of meaning is the inevitable outcome of our having had values in the first place, that treating our deepest concerns as values is the essence of nihilism. Okay, this is what I wasn't getting before, but now this context helps a little bit, I think. And then lastly, Plato understood values as embodying and attracting us to what is good for us, independently of our personal interests and desires. With the age of the Enlightenment in the 18th century, the apparent triumph of rationalism, values came to be viewed as objective matters of personal choice that had no claim on us until we choose to adopt them. Again, right? According to Heidegger, this belief that we can choose from a variety of values which ones we wish to incorporate in our life to give it significance results in the modern view first espoused by Nietzsche, especially in Das Poster Trüster, that we create our own values in life, and that which gives our life its value and significance, right? And again, this is a complete inversion of Plato, right? And Platonism and New Platonism, right? It's just like instead of having this progression that you're always trying to get closer to the real, right? It's kind of like, no, you're just inventing your own thing. Well, if you're inventing your own thing, then it's not fucking real. Obviously, this is complex, right? It's always both two together. I'm just like highlighting certain parts to kind of try to think it through and then unpack that a little bit. All right, then we have also 37. But Heidegger points out that once we become aware that we are creating our own values, we realize that we can also uncreate them and this realization eventually leads to the total undermining of their authority over us. So instead of giving meaning to our lives, thinking of what matters to us in terms of values inevitably leads us to the mistaken belief of nihilism, that ultimately our existence has no intrinsic meaning whatsoever. Yeah, I would agree with that, right? Because of everything that we said before. Yeah, if you have the power to destroy and you have the authority to destroy, if you think that's warranted, then you can apply to anything, including the thing that you just created. So that's why there's always needs to be this. That's why I was talking about this analogy. This is always what comes to mind. I don't know if this is helpful for other people, of like being blinded. You don't know what reality is, so that it's all this possibility. But eventually, you hit stuff. You find patterns in the world that tell you this is real. I'm not willing to compromise. And if you're willing to always be stuck in possibility, that's very appealing, because again, it's this appeal of novelty. It's this appeal that something better can be done, which is important. Like I'm not undermining that, but I'm undermining that has a totalizing framework. It just doesn't work, and it's dangerous as well. All right, so 37. Okay, so I ended up here. That was a very great. That was a great um, piece on Nietzsche and the whole historical context that Heidegger is coming from. All right, welcome back to another part of this Heidegger series. So last time we ended up with Nietzsche. That was pretty fun. So now let's just keep going. So the next note that I have here is page 37, paragraph 3. All right, let's get into it. This intuitive understanding can guide our lives and make the humans and beings around us intelligible without any need for concepts, beliefs, values, or critical reflection. Indeed, to subject our cultural practices to any form of critical questioning and objective analysis undermines their beneficial influences and causes us to create instead our own objective or personal values. To deal with this problem of nihilism, we must realize first that viewing the problem of nihilism as arising from loss or a lack of values merely perpetuates the problem. Only then will we be able to be in a position to discover a cure for this condition. According to Heidegger, Nietzsche cannot recognize this fact because he's unwittingly trapped in a nihilistic mode of thinking and is thus incapable of understanding the essential nature of nihilism, which, according to Heidegger, is the neglect of being by metaphysics that, paradoxically, is the consequence and cause of withdrawal and failure to appear of being itself. Therefore, according to Heidegger, the problem of nihilism can only be dealt with by paying attention to being itself. Nietzsche, however, only recognizes beings and the being of beings and exacerbates this error by reducing being to a mere value, a power tool in the service of will to power as it seeks its own continual expansion. So to some degree, it's just kind of continuing this nihilistic critique we already covered before. And I do think Heidegger's critique is quite valid, quite apt. There's also a whole issue here of the will to power. And the will to power is complicated in Nietzsche. Like there's, there's different ways of kind of interpreting it. And the thing that always comes to mind that this is just about, power itself and kind of being able to do what you want to do in the world, basically. And it's very manipulation based, which is also why Heidegger argues that it connects to this technological thinking that he critiques, right? So Nietzsche thinks that this is making it worse, and and also this technological thinking is also what closes off being. That's his argument. Um, but some people would kind of critique against it and say, "Oh, but the will to power, this notion of the will is a lot more nuanced and blah blah blah." And it's like, yeah, maybe. Like I get it in some ways, but in other ways, I think it's still there. But whatever. We don't want to get too deep on Nietzsche. That will derail us. So maybe let's continue. I actually won't track this note. This wasn't it's not worth saving. All right, 41. Next note. 41 dots. Paragraph 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So thus dasein is the site at which being can manifest itself as the light of man's understanding. Sorry, that's awkward. Too much Heidegger makes you sleepy. I'm going to restart. Thus, dasein is the site at which being can manifest itself as the light of man's understanding. It is the human being's selfhood. However, it is perfectly possible to live one's entire life without assuming the selfhood, to remain absorbed in the indifferentiated mass of beings. Mankind's selfhood, dasein, is thus at a point at which beings as a whole are illuminated, become visible to themselves in the light of being. Thus, dasein is the finite site or clearing in which beings are understood in their being, and the site at which being can be. Being is thus founded upon dasein. The being of other beings and thus being as such is disclosed because how dasein is in the world always. Okay, sorry, I messed up that intonation here. Because how dasein is in the world already transcends, meaning steps beyond, its own particular being. So yeah, this is great. And again, this is the justification on why dasein, why the human. And this is really difficult to appreciate, honestly. Because again, people naturally want to bring up this critique of like, this is just too, human centric, blah blah blah. But that doesn't see the deeper point. Okay, there's also a continuation here that's really interesting. Let's read that. Here it seems that Heidegger agrees with Husserl and Kant that our experience of reality is fundamentally determined by what we contribute to it. That's what I've been saying all along. But, however, whereas Kant and Husserl see the essence of man as pure consciousness, Heidegger regards Dasein's essence as defined by its various possible ways of being. We are concrete, existing human beings, not pure consciousness. So again, there's this acceptance of the constructibility of the world, but it is limited by our embodiment, right? We are concrete, existing human beings, not pure consciousness. Right? In later writings, Heidegger asserts that being does not depend on our understanding of it. It existed in some way even prior to Dasein's arrival on Earth. Instead, being creates man as its abode. Now, this specific part, I think what he's trying to get at here is that, again, being does not depend on our understanding of it. Again, it comes down to this tension, right, of the constructed and the non-constructed, which is, we have to be careful with this notion of like, does reality depend on us, right? This like idealistic notion almost. And the problem is, again, if you go too far in that direction, like for example, that was part of what Nietzsche was doing, and then obviously the whole postmodern movement kind of was, I know it's complex, but whatever. Simplistically, it kind of rode that line of thought. then it's pure subjective, right? But it's not subjective. There is such a thing as the real. Continuing, Heidegger now regards Dasein's forgetful of being as endangered by being itself, by its abandonment of beings. There exists here a paradox of circular thinking. Being would not be absent if Dasein did not forget it, but being is either present or it can withdraw itself, creating various degrees of absence, although not complete absence. And it is this absence that is responsible for Dasein's forgetfulness of being. In Being and Time, humanity's forgetfulness of being is regarded as primarily affecting philosophy and having little effect on everyday existence. Well, I certainly disagree with that. Well, it obviously affects philosophy, but it definitely affects wider culture as well. But whatever. Continuing. But later, since metaphysics is seen to be the dominant underlying influence over human existence, Dasein's forgetful of being is viewed as the grounds of nihilism that underlies technology and the overall sickness of modern life. Heidegger concludes that no beings whatsoever could exist if there was a complete absence of being, a blank nothing. But he clearly implies that beings can still exist in the absence of being, where being has merely withdrawn or failed to reveal itself. He also asserts that, even if no entities at all existed, being would still exist in some way. But he adds that under such circumstances, being would not essence. Being not essence? What the fuck does that mean? That being would be in a state of latent absence or withdrawal. And then in 1969, Heidegger asserts once again, the fundamental thought of my thinking is precisely that being, or the manifestation of being, needs human beings, and that vice versa. Human beings are only human beings if they are in the manifestation of being. This notion of withdrawal is curious. The way that I tend to think about this notion of withdrawal is that human beings shepherd being precisely because of this active role that we play in carving up reality. But if you neglect that, and part of the neglecting is being locked in, not paying attention to possibility, then being gets stuck, basically. And therefore kind of being withdraws, right? It's kind of like, I like to think of it almost as a force, right? The force of being, the force of creation kind of retreats, right? Because we're not engaging with it. But then again, he says, if no entities at all existed, being would still exist in some way. Why? Because being is a co-creation, right? We're not creating it ourselves. We are creating it with the world. So the world is always there, but it needs a relationship to unfold. All right, let me just quickly make a note of this. Here. And then it ends here. Sorry for all my burping and my yawns. It's not doing very well. All right, page 42. Okay, now page 44. Western philosophers such as Descartes have traditionally tried to observe objectively and understand humanity by lifting people out of their world in order to isolate an independent essence or pure awareness. Heidegger considers this approach completely erroneous, futile, and misleading. For dasein and the space of possibility, the world it inhabits, are not things that can be measured or described objectively, since dasein is intrinsically enmeshed and rooted in the world, and its fundamental experience of the world is one of familiarity. Yes. Thus, we do not experience a sense of detachment from the surrounding world, but rather we feel at home and connected with a world we already understand, in which we are immersed. So the way to think about this is, again, you're always in reality, and also that's the fact that you're inside means that you're always attached. The meaning already exists. Number one. So number one, it's not created. Again, there is such a thing as the real. But also, you can't be purely objective because there's no way for you to remove yourself from it. That's the whole problem with this way of thinking of the Enlightenment, which doesn't work. And again, sense of familiarity because you're in the world. Indeed, our sense of identity, embodied in the way we live, rather than how we think or talk about our lives, arises from our world and cannot be disentangled from it. To stress this point, Heidegger sometimes hyphenates Dasein, so that the literal translation of Dasein would be their being. There refers to the world, right? Now becomes world being. Right. That's a pretty nice. Nothing new. We've covered this already, but it's nicely put. I like it. All right. 45, second paragraph. Okay. The first a priority existential that Heidegger describes, therefore, is Dasein's being in the world. What Heidegger means by being in is our a priority capacity to understand, to relate, to care about, to concern ourselves with the things in the world around us. In other words, Dasein is fundamentally familiar with the world, and this familiarity is a constant persuasive background feature of Dasein's experience, although Dasein is not normally consciously aware of it. Yes. And again, to me, one of the ways to read about this is meaning. Another way to read about this is, and this is actually how Heidegger usually talks about it. I don't know why they didn't phrase it like this here, but care is usually how he frames it, right? So you're always enmeshed into care. Human beings care about things. What does caring mean? They have relevance, right? Even the act of not being relevant is already an assessment of relevance. And relevance is precisely what consciousness is about, what life is about. Even very basic animals, even a bacteria, right? Food is relevant, right? Something else isn't relevant. A predator is relevant, and so on and so forth. Heidegger uses hyphens to emphasize his view of the world, and Dasein has an indivisible unity. Dasein, however, blinded by the apparent banality of the world, tends to be unaware of the crucial significance of being in the world. But in the same way that a tree cannot be truly appreciated or understood when it has been uprooted, so Dasein emphatically asserts that Dasein cannot be comprehended in isolation from the world it inhabits, for being in the world is Dasein's basic state and constitution. Dasein is fused with the world. It is not possible to separate Dasein from the world because the world is Dasein's most vital organ, the fundamental source of Dasein's existence. Yes, again, nothing new, but also very nicely said. And again, like when we're reading this, like it just seems so obvious. At least to me. And I think maybe probably for some other people. But the reason it feels so obvious is like, or rather, the reason why we need to cover it despite being so obvious is because This is actually controversial in philosophy, and certainly, at the very least, within the history of philosophy to which Heidegger is responding to. Because again, you can see this with this legacy of Descartes, right? This notion of like a disembodied mind. All right, next, 50.2. Okay, this is actually not the note that I wanted, but I glanced at it, and this is nice to read as well. Heidegger emphasizes that when we view life principally as a collection of independently existing animate and inanimate entities, or if we treat things generally as a present to hand, we are limiting ourselves to a very narrowed perception of being. We are disregarding our fundamental unity with the world, the interconnectedness of everything around us, and our practical and personal concerns, which constitute our primary way of being in the world. This attitude allows humans to be treated as ciphers in statistics, as though they are mere present at hand scientific objects, or alternatively, ready to hand tools for business or political purposes. So, this is very important as well. I'm actually going to track that as well. And again, some key ideas, the relationality we've talked about many times. And also, and he says, disregarding our practical and personal concerns, which constitute the primary way of being in the world. Wonder what practical and personal concerns he has in mind here. I suppose there's several ways one can read this. I would say one of the things that come to mind is kind of like normal daily experience that isn't this like capitalistic, utility-driven, wealth-driven kind of manipulation of the world and perception of the world, which is that perception out of which you can continue and increase this kind of manipulation. Anyway, but let's get to the actual notes that was meant to read on this page. Heidegger also pays close attention to the role that space, time, and distance play with regards to our experience of the practical significance of the entities around us. He is not interested in the formally measured, objective, scientific understanding of these features, but instead focuses on how we experience them, which is influenced by the nature of our concern and the mood that we are in. Thus, phases such as a stone's throw, a long haul, and so on are more descriptive of space as it actually is experienced prior to its representation in terms of quantifiable distance, even if they are impossibly vague and useless from the perspective of the latter. The dimensions of space in terms of our experience are measured in terms of the accessibility and interest. Again, this is we've covered this already, but this is super important. Number one, accessibility, right? So it's pragmatic, and interest, meaning that it's meaning driven, right? It's not this objective thing, right? It's always relevant to you, and it's also within the framework of a hierarchy of salience, a hierarchy of meaning, a hierarchy of values, and so on and so forth. This is important. That is not important. Things are near when they're accessible and available for use when needed. This is also Heidegger's whole whole thinking about tools, which I'm surprised that we haven't gone into it already in any decent depth, right? But it's because like the issue about Heidegger tools for Heidegger is that they're purpose driven, and one of the things that he means by purpose is that they have meaning, right? The meaning and purpose are very close connected for many purposes. You can think of them as the same thing. So again, things are near when they're accessible and available to use when needed, and they are far away when they are inaccessible or unavailable for use, even if they happen to be very close to us in terms of objective physical measurements. Similarly, things are near to us when our interests or needs make it necessary for us to use them, and they are far away from us when they play no role in our current activities. So again, meaning, relevance. In addition, that which is observably extremely near to us, such as the reading glasses that we are wearing, the example I've given a lot in the past, although it's not specific to me. People give this example all the time. Not just about Heidegger, it's just about the metaphor of familiarity and of being too close to something. The shirt on our back or the pavement of our feet, right? This is also very interesting. Pavement of our feet. Actually, I did use this metaphor already, but it's very interesting as well because again, it's number one, it's again the familiarity, but also it has this very nice metaphor of being the ground you stand on, right? So like everything changes if that's taken away, right? So it's this metaphorical recognition that some things are more important, and also the reason why this metaphor works and it's important and it's very impactful is also because it explains how truth functions as well, which is that which is most true is that which it has the greatest applicability to other things, right? So if something changes that has little effect on everything else, then it's like whatever, right? It's not like bedrock to existence in some way, right? So it's kind of like on the hierarchy of truth, right? It's just not very high, right? If the metaphor is the higher you know the 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 more true it is. But there's some things that a lot of times when they do change, that well you fall, right? So again, you lose your stability, right? And everything goes to crap, basically. I mean, can be for the better, but it's a drastic change. That's the point. So dasein needs to distance itself from beings to a certain extent in order to engage with them as beings, right? So again, you need to unfamiliarize. Can't speak today, but yeah, become less familiar with beings in order to properly engage with them and properly see them. Kind of like this book, right? And this becomes a huge thing for people like Ponty and other people, right? She's like, I'm reading this book, right? But I need to be at the correct distance of the book for this to make sense, right? If I'm really close, I actually can't see much of anything, right? This concept and the experience of space leads to some strange but very normal phenomena. For example, a caller on the telephone may be experienced as being nearer to us than someone in the same room if our concern and attention are with the caller and not with the person on the room. Again, it's this notion of relevance, meaning, not objective features of the world. That's why this rings true, even though from a physics perspective it makes no sense, right? But from a phenomenological perspective, obviously it makes all the sense in the world. So practical concern, understanding, and states of mind can make space stretch or contract. In addition, dasein often experiences the object it uses in its environment has significance in terms of their existence in all three dimensions of time: the past, the possible futures, and the present moment. For example, the existence of a bicycle I ride may be significant to me in terms of its past, seen in the paintwork scratches from minor accidents. It signifies all the possible future rides that I have on it, and as I ride, I enjoy my freedom in the present moment. I'm not sure why it jumps to time like this so suddenly. Trying to understand a little bit what connection they want to make. I suppose it's probably about this notion of the fact that space can contract and expand. I suppose he's trying to make a similar analogy um, to time as well, right? So in the same way that the relevance of a person is based on on whatever is happening, on the meaning of the situation, and not necessarily on the location of space, I suppose he's trying to do a similar reference for time, right? Which is, even though, the scratches on the paintwork, I guess, I think that's a weird example, but whatever. Even though that's on the past, right? They're significant to me now because it, like, you're not fully living in the present, right? You have past, present, and future, and they can all talk with each other, and they can contract and expand based on meaning and purpose. At least I think that's what they're trying to get at. That's what comes the most to mind, at least. All right. Let me just drag this note again. Time for a yellow sticker. Do we have more notes on this page, or do I have to go to another page? I have to go to another page. So 54. Paragraph 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Various events, however, especially an episode of intense anxiety, can potentially trigger an awakening from the day self. For instance, traumatic life experiences such as the death of someone loved or the discovery that one has an incurable disease can alter dramatically one's perspective on life, leading to a complete rejection of the values and expectations of the day. But it also requires great existential courage to maintain such freedom from the power of the day, because the moment you deviate from its path, it will continually try to reestablish its control via numerous pressures: financial commitments, legal commitments, emotional or social pressures, feelings of guilt. Indeed, the worst critic and close ally of the day is frequently oneself. One belongs to the others, oneself, and enhances their power. So to go against the expectations of the day frequently involves being socially rejected, and invariably is emotionally very painful. Lacking the strength of character to stand up to such social pressures, to remain steadfast to who you are and the way you want to live, is described by Heidegger as follows. By thus disburdening it of its being, the day accommodates dasein, if dasein has any tendency to take things easily and make them easy. Heidegger's description of the day, as well as his later accounts of death, was influenced by Tolstoy, the death of Ivan Ilyich, or however that's pronounced, I don't know. And then the quote is as follows. Ivan's carefully redecorated house seems quite exceptional to him, but in fact contains all the things people of a certain class have in order to resemble other people of that class. When Ivan's family discusses Sarah's acting, it is the sort of conversation that is always repeated and always the same. I actually didn't know that he was directly influenced by Tolstoy. I'm actually in the middle of reading this story. I mean, I kind of paused it, but it's on my backpack since it's a short book. It's kind of something I can read anywhere at all time. I'm like 1/3 of the way in, or maybe half or something. So I actually didn't know that. That's very cool. Right, so let me track that. I'll make a note as well here. Sometimes I give extra commentary to notes. I mean, here it's kind of obvious because I'm doing the voice commentary, but just to add a bit more context, so I'll add influenced by Tolstoy. And again, right, it's this notion of why is he doing this, Ivan, right? Because he's playing into the average expectations, the average values of just everyone else, right? It's something completely external. But again, but let's remember, it's not that external is bad, right? It's just that he falls into it, right? He's just mindlessly following along. All right. So yeah, that was a neat little passage. Let me track this again. Now it's time for the orange. All right. What else? That's it. All right. Amazing. This is a significant milestone. So these are my notes. So not my notes, but the pages where it says my notes are, like the pages and paragraphs. And we're finally crossing the first page out of 5. And only some books are here. This is like maybe a third of the books. So it's kind of nice milestone, but also very depressing at the same time. All right. Next, 55.3. That kind of covers what I said already. So what's the next one? 61.3. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, there's some stuff about gratitude. Okay, this is really nice. I'm gonna start a bit earlier then to try to get some extra context. Right, so they're talking about moods, blah blah blah. So we are always attuned in some way to things in general, to our overall situation, our being in the world as a whole. Permanently in some kind of moods, which in turn influences our feelings and behavior and our general outlook on the world. For moods has always already disclosed being in the world as a whole, making it first possible to direct oneself towards something in particular. And this notion of moods, in my opinion, is very related to this notion of salience, right? It's kind of like you are attuned to see the world in a particular way. That's almost what a mood is to some degree. Obviously, there's the quality element of it, but nevertheless, it shapes how you move in the world. Love or profound joy can render life full of significance, beauty, and magic, and we feel motivated. So, in spite of the fact that people often think love is blind, Heidegger asserts that love really gives us sight. Oh my God, I never would have guessed Heidegger said this. I need to track this. That is amazing and very unexpected. Love really gives us sight. How can you be such an idiot and say such a thing and then join the Nazi party? Anyway. And then he continues, and he mentions the delight we derive from the existence of someone we love. Such moods can potentially remind us of the significance of being. Julian Young suggests that the enlightening mood of cosmic gratitude is evident in Heidegger's later text when he interprets the mature verse of the poet Holderheim. According to Heidegger, in Holderheim's poetry, the disclosure of the world as a holy place points to a fundamental mood of gratitude or thankfulness, which, if properly understood, will also be experienced by the reader. Thus, Young speculates to experience one's world as a holy place as a matter of conceptual necessity, to inhabit the mood of cosmic gratitude, to give thanks for the gift of such a world and for one's existence on it. And to be in this mood of cosmic gratitude is to experience the world as a whole, as full of the presence of, in Holderheim's words, the wonderfully all-present, as sparkling with the divine radiance. It is, in other words, to experience the world as a holy place. All right, this is very interesting. And this notion of the holy is also, very, very important for later Heidegger, as they say here. And it's actually something that I would like to read more about. There's this wonderful book that I haven't gotten yet called Heidegger and the Holy, which I really want to get. But it's very pricey, and I have so many Heidegger books on my to be read list that I just haven't gotten around to it. But But yeah, now this really makes me, want to get it. So let me just track this. But yeah, this notion of love is very important. But which is actually funny because like this is, in my opinion, this is actually very rare in Heidegger. Like this notion of morality, for example, almost never surfaces in Heidegger. It's very rare. And I actually think that's one of the problems with Heidegger. So, for example, in my own work, actually, I actually think that, for example, people like Murdoch are actually, or Simone Weil, are actually very good. That actually take these things seriously and they develop seriously, and they can still offer some of the things Heidegger's trying to do in terms of the enchantment of the world and of kind of like fighting this materialism or hyper-materialism and nihilism, but still do it in a way that makes justice to this side of the human experience with Heidegger, which Heidegger often doesn't. All right, let me. All right, then he speaks about boredom, whatever. I don't feel like reading that now, but this is the most important, which is probably what I wanted to track in the first place when I made this note. So this is what color do I need? It's pink. Anyone watching is probably very confused about the colors, but it's just that my stickers have several colors, and they don't have any meaning. I just run through them sequentially so that I use all of it, and it's kind of varied, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's just to make sure I follow a sequence, and they're all used up relatively evenly. All right, so that's that. What else? After page 61 is page 65. 65.4. 1, 2, 3. All right, I'm going to start a little bit earlier to try to understand the context. Understanding is fundamentally global, whereas interpretation is local. In other words, I understand my office, town, the world around me, has a global network of significance and involvement. However, when I interpret an entity, I see it simultaneously has something that is used for a certain purpose. Has a door, has a house, has a tray used for serving meals. My interpretation of entities makes clear their relations to other entities in the environment and the possibilities in the terms of which I understand that environment. So again, this notion of relationality and also the notion of purpose, right? Which is like, we're not dealing with neutral objects. We're dealing with purpose. We're dealing with meaning, right? So the door, the door has a door, is number one, it is defined by, and also it's perceived by its used, right? By something that blocks divisions or whatever, right? That creates a barrier, but at the same time, that can be opened, right? That you can go through it. It's not a wall, right? So it serves a purpose, and that is its meaning. But also, that purpose and that meaning is always depending on other purposes and other meanings, right? So the concept of the door makes sense within the concept of a house, right? Makes sense in the concept of divisions, of rooms, right? If it was just like a house that is like a single gigantic ass room, then doors don't make much sense, right? Again, he continues. Heidegger emphasizes that we do not interpret what things are by initially perceiving them as present at hand items and then deducing their identity and function from their characteristics. It's very important. I think I've talked about this in the first video, which is, again, the complexity of the whole meaning. You receive it all in one go, all up front. Like, you don't get this like deconstructed thing and then you put meaning out of it. No, it's right away. It's primary. Instead, our interpretation is instant because our prior understanding of the totality of the world surrounding us automatically discloses the nature and purpose of the entities within it. Also very important, which is like you implicitly already have a direction based on your surrounding context. Again, this became super influential for enactivist theories of cognition and the philosophy of enactivism and things of that nature, right? Which is like the purpose of the environment, and the purpose of the environment already determines how you approach certain things and how you perceive certain things, right? So like the fact that you enter a house, you now frame things within the web of significance of a house. And you're always doing this all the time. And it's based on your environment. This is also another important thing in relationship to Descartes, because like Descartes is like, oh, cognition is all in your head, right? I'm just this embodied thinking thing. Well, but if your cognition is actually shaped by the environment to a very large degree, then that kind of falls apart, right? Like you can't, it's just the wrong way to think about it. Continuing. All interpretation is based on this pre-existing understanding of the possibilities associated with the things around us. Interpretation is never a presupposenless apprehending of something presented to us. Heidegger describes the purpose of interpretation in an important lecture that he devoted entirely to understanding the precise experience of the lectern at which he was standing and lecturing. And then, direct quote from Heidegger now. Entering the lecture, I see the lectern. I don't know what the lectern is. Wait, hold on. I need to know what this is. Is it like a light of some kind? Let me just Google this really quick so I don't misunderstand this whole thing. Lectern. Oh, I see. Okay, it's like a standing reading desk, which is like for people that are presenting and giving talks, right? So like the little place they have right in front of them, so that they put their, whatever they're reading from or whatever, and it's kind of like a desk but very tiny, kind of like almost like a square. All right, let's keep going. Entering the lecture room, I see the lectern. What do I see? Brown surfaces intersecting at the right angles? No. I see the lectern at a single stroke, as it were. I see the lectern in an orientation, in a lighting against the background, but the significant aspect is the primary experience, which presents itself to me directly, without any mental detour via grasping of things. Living in an environment, it means to me, everywhere and always, it is all of this world. It is worlding. Amazing quote. Again, and I think around this time is also when the whole Gestalt movement was coming about, which they were also reaching similar conclusions. Not exactly the same thing, but it's very similar. Where it's like the whole is greater than its parts, but also you apprehend the whole in a flash, right? Like it's not like you apprehend all the individual bits, which by the way would be almost infinite, and then you kind of construct, you kind of compute the whole. That's just not how it works. And again, in terms of cognitive science, this absolutely is nailed as well. And again, the reason why I like this period of philosophy so much is because it is such a good example of how philosophy paves the way to science. Like all this stuff that we've been talking about now, like a lot of it is now established cognitive science, established psychology, established neuroscience in some cases. But like it wasn't back then. You have to think it first, right? You have to reach for that possibility, to understand how to conceptualize what it means for a human being to be in a world and to understand what's going on around them. All right. And again, also this notion of world, of worlding, again, this notion of the construction of meaning, and also that everything is together, right? So it's like it's a world that kind of prompts up. All right, let's continue. Heidegger's innovative, it is worlding. It is used in an attempt to convey something for which no single expression exists. because what is being described normally goes unrecognized. First, because it is too close to us, and second, because our habitual conditioned patterns of response tend to block it out, such experiences from conscious awareness. Worlding is a world Heidegger uses to refer to the dynamic presence of the world, right? Again, the fact that there's change and the fact that you enact that change. So I think, I think this validates kind of the typical interpretations I've been giving about this stuff. Our primal experience and interpretation of the significance of ourselves and our surrounding environments is always a living totality, and not in terms of individual characteristics or entities in isolation, and the activity contained in the term worlding expresses the energetic aliveness, the presencing of an environment that is a process in constant flux. Nothing in existence is static. Humans and all entities are processes. Even rocks are in a constant state of transformation. Yes, exactly. And I also need to make a note here. I should really use this notion. I don't think I've done this. Yeah, I haven't. I really need to use this Heideggerian concept of worlding for when I talk about religion as well. Um, Actually, I'm going to make a note of that right now before I forget. Because I think what religion is doing a lot of the times is precisely creating these worlds, not in the sense that they're fake, but in the sense of they're changing your salience landscape in a certain way, in a way that's more aligned with a particular goal, right, with a purpose. And also that purpose might be an overall stance to the world, right? It might be, the purpose might be an orchestration of purposes, right? If that makes sense. And also the fact that it's always this holistic thing. I think that's why it's so hard for people in the modern world to understand religion as well, is precisely because it has to be taken all at once. And when you're inside it, then you kind of see the landscape of it, where everything connects to everything else. But then what happens is, if you are from the outside and you're trying to understand it, you like grab a piece of it, and then it doesn't make sense, right? But then the problem is that it's kind of like it doesn't have any context, right? You just broke it apart from its world, and therefore it looks dead and meaningless, and it doesn't make any sense. And I think this whole notion of the worldling and kind of this like this web of meaning, I think it's also very important, precisely for, I think, in my opinion, it kind of strengthens this argument that religion is this web of meaning that to some degree you have to take a leap of faith in order to accept several premises at once that then disclose this extra world to you. Right, so where do I have this? All right. I'm going to say, I'm going to say here on my notes, I try to keep these things simple, otherwise I'll write forever. And I'm already talking, so all of this will be transcribed with AI and whatnot. So, but what I want to say here is use Heidegger's concept concept of worlds of worlding to talk about religion. And how else? How can I phrase this? To talk about religion, I'll put in parentheses that salience landscape. I'll call it salience landscape. And then I'll also say the needs. How do I say this? the importance of a holistic collection of meanings. Holistic connection of meaning. And what I mean here is that it can't, it needs to function as, I'll leave it at that because whatever. One overwrite, especially as I'm giving already context verbally. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that you can't analyze it part by part, right? That's what I meant. All right, let me just drink some water before continuing. All right, where was I? The term worldling suggests that each environment in which we find ourselves simultaneously embraces, encapsulates, and signifies our entire world of experience. The experience of the lectern and the lecture room, therefore, assembles our entire existence in time and space. It is worldling. It calls forth the totality of being in the world, our moods, the clothes we put on, the journey by car to the lecture hall, the motivations for being a student, which are rooted in family and social influences, our culture and country of birth, our physical and intellectual characteristics. In other words, every situation we are in compromises and reflects our a priority understanding of being in the world, our throwness, facticity, the sense that we have of our future in terms of our knowledge, of the possibilities available to us. And again, this notion of possibility available to us is talking about relevance and um, relevance. No, this is not what I want to say. There's a better term for this. What is it? Affordances. This is what I meant, right? So an affordance is something that is within the realm of possibility, but not has like this imagined thing, even though it's also imagined, but not in the sense of like unrealness, but in the sense of like this is actually an option that I can take, right? So for example, right now, it's an affordance to me that I can, grab this, right? The pen, and also the pen is an affordance for me because it's graspable, right? And I have the conditions required for grasping because I have hands, right? If I have an accent and I didn't have any hands, then the pen would no longer be graspable, right? Well, maybe I could grasp it with my feet, but you get the point. What else? Also, I forgot what facticity means for Heidegger. Will that be in my little glossary? What is it? Facticity? I didn't see it. Facticity. I don't have it. Okay, that's annoying. How didn't I have it? That is a pretty good, a pretty important word for Heidegger. He uses it all the time. It's just that I forgot. Does the book itself has a glossary? Maybe. Oh, it does. Amazing. All right. Facticity. There we go. I found it. That was pretty quick. Facticity, the sum total of Dasein's current situation and future possibilities, which are the consequence of Dasein's thrownness, the totality of what I have been, what I am, and on the basis of this, what I can be in terms of my possibility. Okay. This is kind of, yeah, I find it, I'm not sure how useful this is actually, because it's very related to the thrownness. I guess it's the result of the thrownness, but anyway, whatever. Where was I? All right, I'm gonna repeat the sentence. I got sidetracked. In other words, every situation we are in compromises and reflects our a priority understanding of being in the world, our thoroughness, facticity, the sense we have of our future in terms of our knowledge of the possibilities available to us, the totality of our being. This explains why a single item, even from the past, perhaps just a fleeting memory of a toy robot we owned, can dredge up a whole world of associations and of associated memories and emotions. The toy robot is worlding. Thomas Shenhan suggests that the world's worlds means the meaning give you context gives meaning. Oh my god, this is so good. I need to track this. And again, coming back to religion, I mean, I'm trying to read Heidegger on certain terms, but like religion is a huge part of my PhD, and it's why I read Heidegger in a lot of sense as well. So it's like, again, this is what religion does, right? It's kind of like when you do the rituals, right? What you're doing is that you're kind of forcing yourself to be in a position that creates a certain world, right? A whole world of associations and memories and emotions, right? And you're trying to sustain that, right? It's in one way it's about memory, but on the other way is it's memory in the richest sense, where it's just not a cognitive thing in your head, but it's also about your whole inactive being in the world that's very bodily at the same time. And again, we've already seen that this notion of embodiment is very important for Heidegger, and it's important because that's how reality is. Like, it's not just his own little, niche philosophical opinion. All right, this is fantastic. Mm, lovely. So, these are the terms. What I want. I need to see what note is next. All right, so 66.2. Yep. Now 66. No, 67.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay, so this whole thing we were talking about, he calls has structure. Actually forgot this entire terminology, so I'll be learning how this works. But that was the has structure, which is, I suppose, this whirling kind of talk. Maybe let me just see what else they say. Okay, about this notion of that we see wholes, not parts. Yes. All right. Our intuitive perceptions of things always involve a certain structuring of experience that is embedded in the nature of human experience itself. Yes. Although this is very Kantian as well. It would be nice to unpack how exactly he views Kant's view of this. And then he says, when we experience the purpose or usability of an item, we are interpreting or explaining its has structure. There you go. Which means that we are using its practical significance in terms of the possibilities that it opens up for us. Heidegger calls this interpretation of the in order to function. The kettle exists in order to boil water. The heater exists in order to keep me warm. The interpretation of this has structure is based on primordial, ready-to-hand relation with our everyday environments, where we experience entities as being contextual web of significant relations or involvements with other entities. Yes, this is great. I need to say this as well. Because here's the issue. Like, what he means here is, again, this notion of meaning, this notion of purpose. Like, this is key to reality. Why? Because that's how reality is conceptualized, and also it frames the schema out of which you act upon. So, for example, it's not that the kettle It's not that the kettle boils water. The kettle's existence is defined by the purpose, right? And again, this is a very like ancient way of thinking. Like, right, this is how this was key for the Greeks, and then we somehow fucking lost this, right? This way of thinking, right? Again, if you remember, the kettle exists in order to boil the water. It is the purpose of the object. But again, obviously, this doesn't apply to just a kettle, right? It applies to literally everything, right? And it even applies to like everyday existence, right? I'm doing this for a purpose. I'm reading this for like everything is purpose. Everything is meaning. Everything is in a relationship of meaning and purposes. And again, we experience entities in a contextual web of significant relations or involvement with other entities. Yes. All right, this is great as well. All right, this is another note. All right, now we're going to transition from the has structure to for structure. A prior awareness of something's place within this web is a prerequisite to interpreting its has structure. This background's global understanding is what Heidegger calls the force structure of understanding. Heidegger divides this force structure into three separate parts, although are all simultaneously active during any given act of interpretation. He emphasizes that interpretation is always guided by this force structure. Interpretation is grounded in something, and this is a direct quote from Heidegger now. Interpretation is grounded in something we have in advance, has a forehaving, has the appropriation of understanding. The interpretation operates in being towards the totality of involvements, which is already understood, something we have in advance, a foresight, something we grasp in advance, a foreconception. This force structure is in play during interpretations at every level. Forehaving is a general understanding of the entity to be interpreted and of the complete context in which it is involved. The forehaving of a mechanic will be his global understanding of everything in his workshop, where the forehaving of a psychologist will be his broad understanding of human nature. Foresight sets its sights on what it is to be interpreted, or a specific feature of it. The mechanic will focus his attention on an engine or a specific mechanical fault in it, where the psychologist might construct a personality profile of an individual or focus on one specific behavioral dysfunction. Foreconception refers to our capacity to interpret things, which is dependent on our prior familiarity with that which is to be interpreted. In other words, although I may see something as a tool, I will be unable to see it as a monkey wrench if I have no concept of a monkey wrench. Contrary to what many would like to think, even modern natural science is founded upon a distinctive set of presuppositions rather than presuppositionless objective observations. For all knowledge and all experience are influenced by some form of prejudgments. Yes, this is great. And again, it's just this notion that there's no raw experience, right? Like you're always coming with the context, and then you interpret it within that context, right? But then there's these bunch of specifications about four blah blah blah, four blah blah blah. There's like four of them. Like that was a bit confusing. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's worth to even try to memorize or understand this really. I understand the general idea. I don't need to know the whole lexicon that he's trying to build here. All right, now there's a section. Yeah, okay, this is not worth saving. Okay, now there's a section on meaning, which looks pretty interesting. I don't know if I have saved that or not. I don't. Interesting. But yeah, I'll read it. I'll see what's in here. Meaning is what one arrives at when understanding becomes aware of the has structure of entities. To comprehend the meaning of something is to understand its function while simultaneously seeing its significant purpose, relations with other entities. According to Heidegger, Dasein possesses an a priori understanding of its being in the world, which provides it with a sense of the practical potential of the things in its environment. Because of this, Dasein experiences its own existence as part of a network of meaning relations to other beings. Thus, it is able on its own being and its own possibilities in relationship to its being in the world as part of a significant whole. Consequently, Dasein's world is a sphere of meaning, a multifaceted web of options and possibilities. It is precisely because of this fact that beings and being already mean something to Dasein that is inspired and able to question deeply the meaning of being. Since the sphere or context of meaning essentially derives from Dasein's ability to project possibilities, one can say meaning is an existential of Dasein. Oof, that is getting convoluted. Dasein possesses an a priori understanding of its being in the world, yes. Practical potential of things in its environment, yes. Experience its own existence as part of a network. Yeah, this whole notion of relationality. The world, Dasein's world, a sphere of meaning, yes. Okay, yeah, I guess. All right, let's continue. Heidegger points out that meaning, in terms of logic, as theory of propositional truth, is not of primary importance for Dasein's comprehension of the world or for philosophy. For logic only deals with theoretical propositions, which Heidegger views merely as the surface phenomenon of meaning. Yes, that is very important. I actually didn't know. Well, this is not Heidegger himself, but this is actually quite explicit on this like propositional theory has propositional theory tyranny, as some people call it. Propositional theory. Tyranny. Jesus Christ, I can't speak today. Oh my God. But it's nice that it's so explicit here, actually. I wonder if Heidegger actually mentioned it specifically like this, actually. That would be quite nice. Anyway, continuing, just to finish the paragraph. Furthermore, theoretical propositions would be meaningless if it were not for our a priori comprehension of existence that first discloses to us and gives meaning to our surrounding world and the entities in it. He emphasizes that this latter sense of meaning is primordial and it is one we inhabit prior to any form of philosophizing or scientific investigation. Detached or objective thinking about things is derived from this prior sense of understanding our world and not vice versa. And the theoretical detachment from entities that arise from the use of logic artificially disables our contact with this deeper sense of the true nature of things and of the meaning of being. That is wonderful. I'm glad I read this, even though I didn't have it saved. The section jumped out to my eye. I didn't like the first paragraph, that was too convoluted, but the rest is wonderful, so I'll track just that. All right. Next section is anxiety, but whatever. Let's keep going with just the notes. I can't read the goddamn book again. This project would take years. All right, what page am I at? 69. So the next one is 72.2. So paragraph 2. Okay. However, we spend most of our lives trying to keep anxiety at bay. According to Heidegger, our ineffective absorption in the day self, our identification with the commotion of our practical daily concerns and inauthentic life roles, jobs, family, education, and entertainment, is a mode of evasion or fleeing from this anxiety. There are understandable motives for this denial, for anxiety reveals to us the disturbing nature of facing up to our human condition. Human awareness, existence, or reality always entails a collision between actuality and possibility, between what is and what is not. But what it could be, and everything arising in reality also contains its antithesis, has a possibility. Therefore, at every moment of our existence, confronted with an unknown future and unrestricted freedom of choice between all possibilities facing us, we stand on a precipice, and before us lies a gaping abyss of uncertainty and utter insecurity. The resulting anxiety that arises if we face up to this is unsurprising. Oh man, this is so good in terms of between the collision of actuality and possibility. Oh man, this is such a banger. This is probably one of my favorite paragraphs so far that I've read. All right, I need to drag this again. All right. That was great. Okay, is it only this paragraph on this page? And again, there's not much commentary needed, I suppose, because we've been talking about this all along. Obviously, he does go a little bit more into the anxiety element of it. And again, this anxiety is like unrestricted freedom of choice. Right? But again, this is what I don't get about Heidegger. Okay, you have this anxiety, right? All these possibilities facing us. And now what? How do you choose? How do you know what's better? Like Heidegger doesn't answer this. This is what's so confusing about his philosophy. Anyway, what comes after 72? 76. Last paragraph. Even if the they self effectively uses escape strategies to avoid anxiety, there are certain situations familiar to most of us in which anxiety and the freedom it discloses cannot be ignored. The majority of people standing at the verge of a tall cliff or roof edge of a tall building and looking over the edge have experienced a perfectly normal and instinctive fear of falling. But it's sometimes accompanied by the terrifying impulse to throw oneself intentionally off the edge. This strangely feeling simultaneously draws us towards and repels us from the edge. What we experience is the dread and or anxiety over complete freedom to choose even such an unpleasant possibility. Not everyone has looked downwards from a high place, but almost everyone has periodically experienced the same sensation of dread in some form or another. Sometimes, and quite commonly, it expresses itself in a pathological way. Driving along a narrow road late at night in the pouring rain, furious at one's oncoming car blinding headlights, the thought may dart in one's mind, I could steer right into him. This I could, my freedom, triggers in me an immense feeling of dread. I am horrified by the immense fragility of my own existence and my own unrestricted freedom of choice, which includes my freedom to choose even the most terrifying of options. There's absolutely nothing to stop me from driving my car head on into the other vehicle, nothing but myself, my freedom of choice. It should now be clear that rather than being something that needs to be cured or avoided, Heidegger clearly views existential anxiety as against pathological anxiety caused by emotional imbalance as being a valuable part of the human predicament. Similar to the situation whereby great works of art can emerge from an artist's suffering, the overwhelming pain of anxiety potentially can expand our awareness into an authentic, illuminated perception of existence. Escaping our anxiety through the numerous routes offered to us by the day world is a truly terrific victory, since the path to our authenticity is essentially paved with dread. Um, yeah, sure. I mean, this. I think